understand the importance of getting vaccinated.
The City of Los Angeles Emergency Management Department has received a sizable donation of masks from PPE distributor AIM Brands LLC. The City of LA notes the first donation distribution will be aiding passengers who utilize the LA Department of Transportation's transit system. C19 Coalition, a national unified leadership response to the urgent shortages of PPE, are largely responsible for connecting AIM Brands with the City Emergency Management Department.
Although the vaccine is here, the challenges of distribution and getting it into the arms of people will mean that we will have to continue to socially distance and wear masks for a while longer. So these donated masks will come in very handy in keeping everyone safe on our buses.
LA Police Chief Michael Moore and others unveil another new facet to the department's renewed focus on public safety. The LAPD Alternative Dispatch Program involves sending out civilian personnel to mental health calls that are nonviolent and other calls that do not involve any type of criminal activity. The program also provides a means for residents to submit online reports of fender benders where there is no personal injury. The program is expected to help streamline city services and offset shortfalls in LAPD's budget and manpower. Cal Recycle, the statewide agency charged with resource recycling and environmental stewardship, has awarded a grant to the Los Angeles Department of Sanitation and Environment. This grant, totaling nearly $500,000, will be designated to improve the livability and quality of life throughout the city of Los Angeles. These improvements will focus on illegal dumping removal. The grant will also aid LA Sand with decreasing the community blight and increasing public awareness. North Hollywood High School won the virtual Los Angeles Department of Water and Power 29th Annual Science Bowl Regional Competition. Each year, the LADWP Science Bowl chooses a different theme that highlights an important science, technological innovation, or individual. The theme for 2021 was Saluting Medical Professionals, Scientists, and Essential Workers Combating COVID-19. North Hollywood High School was also awarded the first place Melinda Rowe Memorial Trophy. The annual Science Bowl affirms LADWP's commitment to LA City's youth and the educational community.
Councilwoman Nithya Raman has enlisted the volunteer workforce that helped her get into office to continue community outreach in District 4. And because there are so many underutilized city resources, she's on a mission to make residents aware of the numerous constituent services available.
Improving the process of providing services for residents has really been our main focus to what we really want to deliver, which is impeccable city services. There's always going to be some constituencies who are far more knowledgeable and who are able to take the time and the energy to really make demands on their city government. But we know that there's so many who are rarely in touch with the city, but it's not because they don't have real and pressing needs. And so to address this head on, to address this issue really head on, I think we decided that we wanted to use the incredible volunteer base that had stepped up during the campaign and who stepped up because they were interested in making the city a better place, to utilize them to expand our capacity to do that proactive outreach. And I think our office can do a really good job of acting as a bridge to city resources, to state resources, to county resources, to federal resources. We've had over 1,000 people sign up, which is, I mean, it's mind-blowing. And it's 1,000 people who all want to make their city better. We're starting by calling constituents who are 65 and over. This initial stage is focused on making sure that people have the tools to get vaccinated. You know, where to go, how to get it, if people are having trouble accessing it because of mobility issues, that we're connecting them to pilots that the fire department is doing that's actually bringing vaccinations to the home. You know, those kinds of connections can't happen unless we reach out and make sure that people know what they're entitled to. We've also compiled a lot of COVID-specific resources in a bunch of different categories that aren't necessarily health related, but address issues that are product of the pandemic, whether it be rent relief, whether it be small business support, food banks, our callers are going to be connecting people to that information when they call out. I do want more people to know that the city becomes better when you call on us for help, because the city is organized right now to respond to the needs of people who are calling in. And so the more of you that call in, the better we can do at serving you. And the more that we do that, I think the more that we can build the city that we really deserve here in Los Angeles.
Are you one of those people who likes to build stuff? Are you into community building, literally? Well, before you lay any bricks, you need to make sure your plans mesh with the needs of the community. Enter the Department of City Planning. They are making it easier than ever to build with confidence and compliance.
The Los Angeles Department of City Planning's main functions include current and long-range planning to ensure that future development is aligned with the needs and goals of the city's general plan. The department is responsible for preparing and maintaining the city's general plan, which is a policy document that offers guidance on land use. The general plan is implemented through zoning regulations called the Zoning Code. Zoning is an important tool to create well-planned communities and to regulate the size and scale of development projects. The online application system portal was created in 2018 to allow applicants to file city planning applications online. When the pandemic started in March of 2020, City Planning went into overdrive to develop 14 additional online applications in order to keep our virtual doors open to the public. So OAS is also aiding in the economic recovery of the city, including small businesses and homeowners that have been hit the hardest. Requesting permit clearances for any project, big or small, located in redevelopment and overlay areas through the OAS system has never been easier. City Planning saw these application types as an easy and effective way to help local businesses during the pandemic. We plan on expanding these services in the months ahead to offer more planning services, including administrative clearances for accessory dwelling units. The best way to get information about the OAS system is by visiting the City Planning website at planning.lacity.org.
Councilmember John Lee has been leading the charge in finding small business loans for shopkeepers of District 12 from the very beginning of the pandemic. And while the small biz loans already had a unique repayment policy, one business is paying their loan back in the form of hot meals to hospital workers.
What we have today is another example of a program that we had in CD12 called the CD12 Business Relief Fund. No interest loan for small businesses ranging anywhere from $5,000 to $25,000. We partnered with a restaurant in our district who applied for this loan, a restaurant that is a landmark in Council District 12, Los Toros Restaurant. And instead of having them repay this loan, the way they're going to pay it back is by giving back to the community.
Councilmember John Lee has generously helped coordinate a meal donation for our ICU and emergency room staff. The emotional toll on top of the physical of caring for truly the sickest of the sick patients truly is draining physically and emotionally.
It's taxing, mentally and physically. Working with patients who are sick, working in fear of actually bringing this disease home to your own families. But we power through it, work as a team, and with the support of our community and our elected officials, we're able to get through it.
Vamos a decir agradecidos del trabajo que hacen aquí en el hospital y queremos mostrar esa gratitud por traerles de comer.
Siempre mantenernos seguros. Seguimos luchando contra la pandemia, manteniendo nuestras máscaras, manteniendo la distancia. Juntos podemos lograr por fin ver la pandemia terminar.
Any level of support just helps reinforce the strength that it does that is needed to continue on.
In the past year, with the general election and the summer of protests, it seems like America is divided more than ever. simple human interaction has become strained for lots of communities in Los Angeles. So Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez and Councilmember Mark Ridley Thomas have put their support behind Kerman Maddox, the creator of a powerful new campaign that encourages us all to just say hello.
What led me to start this movement was right after the murder of George Floyd in 2020. I noticed there was a lot of division in the nation, and that included California and frankly, Southern California. And I noticed as I went through my daily activities, I was purposely saying hello to people, waving to people, acknowledging people. And I was purposely doing it to people who didn't look like me because I felt the tension here in Southern California. And what struck me as odd is the number of people who did not respond to my nods, my waves, or me just saying hello. They looked the other way, they'd ignored me. And I just thought that was really odd. So the whole concept was to just come up with a slogan that says, just say hello to people who don't look like you. Just say hello to people who are different from you, with the point of building a human connection.
At a time when everyone is going through so much struggle, we forget that a very simple gesture of saying hello can help immediately change that level of engagement with people.
This is an effort for Los Angeles to acknowledge its own diversity and at once to appreciate the commonality that makes us a city with tremendous assets.
We have USC and UCLA, crosstown rivals who don't agree on much, but they agree and support the Just Say Hello campaign. We got Amazon as a corporate partner that helped us raise money. We have Councilmember Mark Ridley Thomas, Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez, USC, UCLA, Skanska Construction Company, and things are just building. This is just the beginning. Common decency is a good thing. When you see people of color and people who don't look like you, say hello. Acknowledge that they exist. They're human beings as well. So fundamentally, what we're trying to do with this campaign is get the word out, motivate people, and get people to acknowledge each other and just say hello.
Many people know that there are zoning rules for where folks live and businesses can operate. And another unfortunate truth is that not all neighborhoods are created equal. In our featured story this week, we meet another member of the city planning team, Faisal Roble, the racial equity officer of LA City Planning, zoomed by to talk about the history of zoning inequity based on racial bias and how Los Angeles was in the forefront of addressing the problem.
As the Chief Equity Officer for the City of Los Angeles, the largest department in the country, it is a very challenging assignment given the history of zoning in the United States. Los Angeles has played a significant role in pioneering the drafting and adapting zoning in the 1920s. That's exactly the same time blacks were leaving the South, moving to the North for industrial jobs. And what had happened is that the zoning that was practiced at the time did not really anticipate nor work it or give blacks and people of color the amenities that they wanted in their neighborhoods. As a result of zoning, after a few years of looking backwards, we have Los Angeles City as one of the first cities in the nation to have adopted zoning, have resulted in neighborhoods that are unequal. Some neighborhoods are well planned, others have not been, and that is the challenge. At the wake of the murder of George Floyd in May 2020, Mayor Garcetti was one of the first elected officials in the country to react to that incident and right away issued Executive Directive number 27, which ordered all departments to come up with an action plan to address racial justice and equity in the city. We recognized that for many, many years, the neighborhood is occupied by blacks and people of color did not have enough access to groceries that dispense. They did not have enough medical facilities in their neighborhoods. So all the shortages, if you will, have finally contributed to the issues that we have seen with COVID-19 and attacking people of color in a very disproportionate number. So I think planning will have its work cut out, but it would require also the collaboration of many key departments in the city.
It's a 5-museum collaboration to showcase the work of a famed Dutch artist. Rembrandt in Southern California is the virtual gallery featuring 15 paintings by the celebrated artist. This collaborative exhibition offers a unique guide to exploring his significant works and provides information, suggested connections, and points of comparison between each of them. In addition, the virtual exhibit provides insight into the rich holdings of etchings and drawings on paper by the master in museums throughout the region. Be sure to check out Rembrandt in Southern California. Visit RembrandtInSoCal.org. The LA Public Library invites you to delve into the diverse personal histories of 12 Angelenos of color. Hear their oral histories in the LAPL series Shades of LA, a search for visual ethnic history. You can listen or read in their own words what it was like to be a minority in the early 20th century and hear their reflection on how things have changed from the perspective of an African American, Mexican American, Samoan American, and several others. Many of the testimonials are accompanied by personal photos that are also part of this unique 6-year project involving thousands of family photographs throughout Los Angeles. You won't want to miss Shades of LA, a search for visual ethnic history. You can check the collection out free of charge. Just visit tessa.lapl.org and select Photo Collection. The LA Public Library Online is proud to bring you Photography Basics with Katie. Participating teens don't need a fancy camera to capture beautiful images. Learn the basic compositional tools and techniques to take great photos with any camera. This online workshop is open to teens 12 to 19. Don't miss Photography Basics with Katie, Thursday, March 4th, beginning at 4 p.m. To take part, please email teens@lapl.org from your school email address at least 1 hour in advance of the program to request the program link. And that's a look at some virtual things to do.
That's it for this edition. I am Natalia Bilbao, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thank you so much for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
morning and welcome to the Los Angeles City Council. Today is Wednesday, March 3rd. I'm Nuri Martinez, the President of the City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield. Bonin.
Bonin present.
Buscaino. Cedillo.
Cedillo here.
De Leon. Harris Dawson. Koretz.
Present.
Krikorian.
Here.
Lee.
Present.
Martinez.
Present.
O'Farrell.
Present.
Price. Brahman.
Here.
Ridley Thomas.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
And back to Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
11 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Okay, first order of business.
Approval of the minutes of March 2nd, 2021.
Mr. Krikorian moves and Mr. Blumenfield seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Ridley Thomas moves and Mr. O'Farrell seconds. Next.
Madam President, would council like all items to go forthwith today?
Without objection, that would be the order.
Madam President, there has been a request to hold items 6, 32, and 33. Item 1 is an item for which public hearing has not been held. Items 2 through 37 are items for which public hearings have been held. A committee report for item 32 has been submitted and posted to Council File Number 20-1013. A community impact statement has been submitted for item 28 from the Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council to state their support for the matter. No action should be taken on items 4 and 5, inasmuch as action will be taken later on today's agenda on items 34 and 35, respectively. Additionally, a corrected committee report for item 30 has been submitted and posted to Council File 20-1021-S2. Items 38 through 43 are items for which public hearings have not been held. A motion is required for items 39 and 40. Items 44 through 49 are items scheduled for a closed session for which a public hearing has been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Without objection, those items are now before us. Members, do you wish to call any of these items special? Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. Can I call item number 3 special just for a separate vote?
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, can I call items number 3 for a special vote, a separate vote?
Okay, any others, Mr. Lee?
That's it, Madam President.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, I'd like to call items 8 and 16 for remarks, please.
8 and 16 for Councilwoman Rodriguez. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning. I'd like to call item 19 special for some comments, for a question, and for an amendment to add a couple additional instructions, and I can read them in now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bonin, we're having a hard time hearing you in council chambers. Repeat the items again.
Item number 19 for comments and a question, and to add a couple additional instructions through an amendment that would instruct planning and HCID to report back analyzing the relationship between SB 330 replacement requirements and the application of existing and future affordable housing requirements provided by policies like density bonuses, TOC, RSO replacement provisions, and inclusionary zoning. And to make additional policy recommendations to encourage not only no net loss of affordable units, but to increase our production of affordable housing, and to instruct DCP, HCID, and DBS to report on how the city can enforce the tenant protections in SB 330.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Blumenfield. Any others? Mr. Bonin?
No, thank you.
Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to call item 20 special. and also items 30, 31, and 40, those three for amendments. In the case of item 40, it's a technical amendment, which I can read into the record. In the case of items 30 and 31, written amendments have been transmitted, and I don't believe I need to read them into the record, but I certainly can if need be.
No, sir, you do not. Just repeat the items for me one more time. You said 30, 31, and 40?
Correct. In 40, I have a technical amendment, which I can read now.
Yes, go ahead.
And that is, I'd like to move recommendation A on the council agenda as it relates to item 40.
Second. Second by Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you. And Madam President, the other item I'm calling special is item 20.
Yes, we noted that.
Thank you. And that's all.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you. Items 28 and 41 just for comment.
28 and 41?
Correct. Thank you. That's it.
Mr. Ridley Thomas?
Again, good morning, Madam President. Two items, first of which is Rule 23, seconded by Madam President and Chair of the Budget Committee, Corian. I'll just say what it entails, Madam President. There are currently 3 city-operated Project Room Key sites with a total of 909 rooms operating. 1 hotel was scheduled for demobilization in February, and 2 are scheduled for demobilization in March. In order to avoid the interruption of the program and the displacement of people back onto the streets, we need to act urgently to extend the contracts with those sites. I submit that for your consideration and disposition, Madam Chair, under Rule 23. And then item 36, I wish to hold for comment and amendment. And I'm prepared to read in the amendment you instruct such to be the case.
Okay, go ahead and circulate your Rule 23 and go ahead and read your amendment on item 36.
All right, with respect to item 36, the amendment is as follows: instruct the Los Angeles Housing and Community Investment Department, with the assistance of CAO, LASA, CLA, and the city attorney, to consult with a diversity of community stakeholders, sectors in the crafting and shaping of the 60-day report back that would outline the steps that need to be taken for the city of Los Angeles to establish a legislative, budgetary, administrative, and policy framework to provide a right to housing. These stakeholders should include, not be limited to, community-based organizations, nonprofits, legal advocates, tenants, and people who have lived experience, faith community, academia, philanthropy, businesses, and other governmental entities such as the County of Los Angeles. So that's the amendment, seconded by Councilwoman Promet, Madam President.
Okay, is there a second?
Yes, I seconded it.
Ms. Rahman seconds that. Any others, Mr. Ridley Thomas?
No, that would be it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to call items 17 and 42 special for comments, and item 32 special for comments and questions.
So repeat the items one more time, Mr. Koretz.
Item 17, 42, and 32.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Mr. Bonin?
Yes, Madam President. Mr. Harris Dawson is having some technical problems signing on, and asked me to offer an amendment on his behalf also to item number 19, which I've already called special. That would add another additional instruction.
Yeah, Mr. Bonin, he circulated his amendment already. We have it.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other specials? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, what items are available for us to vote on?
Yes, just for clarification, Councilmember O'Farrell would like to hold item 20 for comments or for an amendment?
For comments.
Okay, and I believe there's also been a request to hold 22 for an amendment?
Yes, and that's being circulated.
Thank you. In that case, we can vote on item 2, 7, 9 through 15, 18, 21, 23 through 27, 29, and 34 through 35, and 37.
Okay, members, let's go ahead and prepare to vote on those items. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price. Price. Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
14 ayes. These items are adopted.
Let's go ahead and move on to public comment. Madam Clerk?
Mary's office spoke to.
Hold on for just a second.
So, Madam President, may I recommend that we vote on the findings for Mr. Ridley Thomas's Rule 23 so that we can take public comment with that along with everything else?
It's been circulated? We have to make sure it's circulated, sir, before we do that.
Okay.
Give us just a second.
Madam Chair, if I may, if you'd like to take the vote on
Where
the
am I?
closed session items, they have satisfied public comment. The closed session items.
Mr. Krikorian, do you want to speak to the closed session items? If not, we're going to go ahead and vote on them.
Madam President, all of these matters were considered by Budget and Finance, which recommends approval of the City Attorney's recommendations. They're routine settlements. They can be considered in open session unless there are questions or concerns.
Any questions, members, on any of the closed session items? Seeing none, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. For item 44, in the case entitled Andy Castillo versus the City of Los Angeles, the recommendation is to expend up to $125,000 in settlement of the matter. For item 45, in the case entitled Jean Bassoir versus City of Los Angeles, the recommendation is to reject the offer of settlement of the matter. For item 46, in the case entitled Neville Grant versus City of Los Angeles, the recommendation is to expend up to $195,000 in settlement of the matter. For item 47, in the case of Pantea Refua versus the City of Los Angeles, the recommendation is to expend up to $175,000 in settlement of the matter. For item 48, in the case entitled Miriam Enriquez versus the City of Los Angeles, the recommendation is to expend up to $160,000 in settlement of the matter. For item 49, in the case entitled Theodora Nunn versus the City of Los Angeles, the recommendation is to expend up to $145,000 in settlement of the matter. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the closed session items. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price. Rahman.
Aye.
Excuse me, Councilmember Price. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
15 ayes. These items are adopted.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and vote on item number 3.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and open the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
No.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
14 ayes, 1 no. The ordinance is adopted.
Okay, now let's move on to public comment.
All right.
Thank you. As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer comment should call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak. Finally, when you hear the last 4 digits of your phone number called out, press star 6. Let me repeat. Call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak. Finally, when you hear the last 4 digits of your phone number called out, press star 6.
So, to members of the public calling in, when it's your turn to speak, please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak on. You have 1 minute per item to speak, up to 3 minutes total, and 1 minute for general public comment. If you wish, please speak on the items before doing general public comment. We'll tell you when your time's up. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not on topic, or if we can't tell whether you're on topic, you'll get 1 brief warning from me or the president. If you do not immediately get clearly on topic or again stray off topic, you may get cut off and forfeit the rest of your speaking time, and we'll move on to the next speaker. We'll take 30 minutes total public comment. The items that are open for public comment are items 1, 19, 22, 36, 38 through 43, and I'm assuming the findings will be met later on with a vote, the Rule 23 motion that Councilmember Ridley Thomas described. We're ready for public comment, Madam President. And I should say that I understand the amendments on 30 and 31 for Mr. O'Farrell are technical, so we will not reopen public comment for those.
All right, let's go ahead and take the first speaker. Okay, Mr. City Attorney, members, the Rule 23 has been circulated. So at this time, Mr. City Attorney, we should vote on the findings?
Yes, that's correct, Madam President.
Mr. Ridley Thomas, we're going to go ahead and vote on the findings. Can you make those for us, please?
Thank you very much, Madam President. I therefore move that the council determine as provided in the stated section of the government code and pursuant to Rule 23 and the rules of the council that there is a need to take immediate action on this matter, and that the need for action came to the attention of City Council subsequent to the posting of the agenda for today's council meeting. Further move, a direct transfer of funds in the amount of $75 million from the Department of Building and Safety Enterprise Fund to the COVID-19 Emergency Response Account with the General City Purposes Fund for extending and expanding emergency interim housing program is assumed to be fully reimbursable by FEMA. The loan payment repayment will be made as soon as FEMA reimbursements are received. Full repayment schedule is anticipated within 12 to 36 months. Please refer to the following instructions to effectuate this transfer. Finally, I further move that the city administrative officer be authorized to make technical corrections to implement mayoral and council intentions, that the controller be authorized to implement those instructions. Presented by Ridley Thomas, seconded by Martinez and Krikorian. Madam President.
I'm going to go ahead and second that. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and vote on the findings on Rule 23. Go ahead and open the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin. Bonin. Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson. Harris Dawson. Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian. Krikorian. Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
And back to Bonin. Bonin. Thank you.
13 ayes. The findings are adopted.
Okay, let's go ahead and take the first speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 4950, please press star 6. Caller with the phone number ending in 4950, please press star 6. Calling user 1, please press star 6.
Hi, did you call?
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Speaker, it's very difficult to understand you.
Okay, I'd like to comment on item 43 in general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for each, and I think you have your volume on another device. Please turn it down. We're getting some feedback.
Hello?
Firstly, just a heads up, the phone line, we can't hear anything. The meeting audio is coming in really garbled, and so if that's why, if you get a bunch of people confused during public comment, that's why. I can't hear you, so I'm just going to go ahead and say my comment. Firstly, on item 43, I just want to urge the council to move as fast as possible. I don't know if these are procedural delays or lack of will on the council's part, but LA residents have been watching in horror as you all have wasted over a month on this while unhoused people are dying. So please stop wasting time and house people now in hotels. Moving on to my general public comment, I want to urge you all to allocate $56 million specifically to Black-led organizations and Black communities. The letter that BLM LA sent to President Nury Martinez has laid out a list of organizations. So would really encourage you all to follow that, and just want to say that it's not fair for people that put in time and frankly risk their safety to push for this funding to become available to then not receive that money. And lastly, just want to urge you all to please work on figuring out the tech issues that are present in every single meeting. It's just kind of ridiculous how many hoops we have to jump through, and it's next to impossible to be able to engage in these meetings. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Call in user 1, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, I believe items 36 and 43 are available in general public comment.
Yes, you have 2 minutes for the items, followed by 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin.
Yeah, I would like to agree with the previous caller that until now, everything has been muted, garbled, and hard, impossible to follow along on the phone lines in this meeting, which, a year into this seems quite frankly unacceptable. However, moving into my comment, on item 36, I'd like to acknowledge Councilman Ridley Thomas's efforts. I know that the Right to Housing initiative is the cornerstone of his effort to solve the homelessness crisis in the city, and so I'd like to acknowledge his efforts while urging him to urge his fellow council members to join him in this effort and to leave no stone unturned in making sure that every Angelino has a roof over their head, so that we can be truly congratulating the council member and the rest of the council as opposed to acknowledging their efforts. On item 43, I'd like to also thank the council for putting this motion forward and along with item 37, doing everything that they possibly can to again move with urgency on getting roofs over people's heads. There are 6 people dying in the city every day, and to allow any sort of quite frankly, just any sort of laziness to hinder us in getting people housed and keeping people alive in the city. I would just like to thank the council for their efforts, but also acknowledge that we could have been moving faster and should have been. In my general public comment, I'd like to also acknowledge that the council should be prioritizing and meeting with Black Lives Matter LA leaders to ensure that the remaining 56 million % is going to organizations that they have already listed. So I would urge the council to take these meetings, take this seriously, do everything they can to make sure that our voices are being heard and that our money is being spent in ways that benefit our communities. And I would also like to just conclude my comments in the memory of the 6 unhoused people that are dying every day on our streets, the people that have died of the COVID virus in Pacoima and Van Nuys, in Crenshaw, in South Central, in Skid Row. I'd like all of us to take time and honor these people as our friends and neighbors, especially since the council will be on recess for next week for reasons I'm not quite so sure. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 1148, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Len Moses. I'd like to speak on all available items, please, and general public comment, please.
Sure. So, Mr. Moses, you have 3 minutes for items 1, 19, 22, 36, 38 through 43, and the Rule 23 from Mr. Ridley Thomas, followed by 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I missed item number 1. Okay. The appointment to the Planning Commission by Mr. Garcetti, the mayor. He shouldn't be able to appoint anybody to anything, since somebody's responsible for this homelessness. 2 terms of him in the presidency of the city council and now as mayor. He and you people that have been there all this time, somebody is responsible for this homelessness. So he shouldn't be allowed to appoint anybody to anything. And thank goodness he's not going to Washington. Item number 41, Blumenfield and De Leon. This is adopt a resolution to support legislation for $2 billion to the state assistance budget for COVID-19. My question is, what's the point? Why not $4 billion or $40 billion? Same with item number 42, Mr. Krikorian, Mr. Farrell, $350 billion for flexible aid. When it doesn't matter how much money, it's going to be, if it's all wasted and squandered. We have money. Like the HHH money, you people squandered and wasted, and are still wasting. Why 40? Why not? Why $2 billion? Why not 4 or 40 billion? I've made a mistake in that I've told this council and the public before that this council has given Dawson $2 million for luxury offices in the last 20 months. I was wrong. You know how much he spent, public, on luxury offices?
So, Mr.
I
Moses,
plugged in
we
500.
we seem to be moving a bit far off from the items. You're free to talk about that in general public comment, but right now let's stick to the items.
Yes, sir. $6.8 million. Number 43, plus the $2 million you gave him. Number 43, a report on FEMA reimbursement. This is another failed item of Project Room Key, a failure of this city council to address the homelessness crisis, which most of you people created with the mayor. You people are responsible. This program has been neglected because it's not like the $274 million on the 710 measly units you spent yesterday. It's not making you money. There's no campaign contributions coming from it, so you neglected it. You
may
couldn't
move
care
on to
less.
you may move on to your general if you wish, Mr. Moses.
All right, thank you, sir. As I said previously, I said Dawson, you people have given Dawson $433,000 for the FAME building, $308,000 for luxury office to take over the unemployment office in South Central LA. Well, like the people don't need this. That 2 months ago, $541,000 for 5462 Crenshaw Boulevard. I just plugged in $500,000 for his original office, which is supposed to be a temporary move to FAME. The city is spending budgeted $8.3 million for that remodel. They spent $6.8 million. Look at Council File 20-1021, Council File 17-0924. $10 million for this roundhead boy that people call Sleazy Marqueezy Dawson.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Offices. So
Caller with the phone number ending in 7719, please press star 6.
Yeah, it's Eric Freven. I'd like to speak on the available items and also report that we've not been able to hear a lot of the meeting, which to me falls beneath the standard fall. I don't know, Mr. Ridley Thomas likes to make big.
So thank you, Mr. Previn, thank you. So the items that are open are 1, 19, 22, 36, 38 through 43, the Rule 23, and then general public comment. So you have 3 minutes followed by 1 minute for general public comment. Please stick to the items.
The Rule 23 means that you made some findings that there was no way you could have known in advance that you're going to apply for a FEMA loan for $75 million that will be reimbursed. But how's that money going to be spent? And how are the public supposed to know? I mean, I know that Mr. Ridley Thomas is trying to get people up and off the street. We took note of Measure H, which was a lot of his handiwork, which has been a embarrassing failure, by the way. And the oversight there could not be worse. He's installed John Namo, the former controller who was chased around by him at the county, to be one of the overseers. And even the overseers themselves are appalled at the lack of coherent reporting or anything meaningful for the public to determine what we're doing beyond spinning our wheels. We are so desperate. It is appalling. And then he just keeps banging the drum for more money and more resources. To do what? To do what? To put up temporary shelters in parks? This is not a solution to permanent, this problem. This is not a solution, and we keep going around and around and around. I don't know. And I will say that it's nice to see a little RFP for the towing contract for the police department in North Hollywood. Mr. Krikorian is reminding us how nobody has decisions coming ahead of them that would influence except for planning.
So, Mr.
Well, I would
President,
say...
I don't think that item's up for public comment. Which item are you on?
Garbled presentation, but it's the one about the towing contract for North Hollywood. You know what? Let's move on to the Aguilera law group, with whom we are engaging after a successful run with Jeffrey Freed and Tamar Damas in some kind of an inverse condemnation.
Mr. Previn, we've already voted that. Would you please stick to the items that are open for public comment? If you want to talk about these other things in general, that's fine. We'll take a general comment and you can have a minute.
Sir, you keep talking over me. I've got very little time, but people have very little time.
So let's go to general public comment because you obviously don't want to talk to the items you've been repeatedly warned. So, Madam President, I suggest we give Mr. Previn his minute.
Or not.
Give Mr. Previn his 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead, Mr. Previn. Mr. Previn.
Mr. Previn has dropped off.
Move on to the next speaker.
Caller with the last four digits 7186, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yes, really quickly, I do want to say that during the, my name's Alex, I'm going to speak on 43 in general public comment, but quickly, we couldn't hear any of the meeting audio until the second speaker, so a lot of people can't hear, so Mr. Previn probably has no idea what item that you called. So I just want to say that someone was unmuted and all we could hear was their TV. If I can please begin.
Please begin.
Thank you. So it's been 36 days since this was, since item 43 and FEMA was introduced to everyone to use. And in that time, approximately 180 unhoused people have died. So thanks for acting with urgency. It's raining right now today, which means more unhoused people are going to die of hypothermia. I do appreciate President Martinez's language and that this is an improvement on Ms. Rahman and Mr. Bonin's original proposal. And thank you for passing that unanimously. I need you to pass this now and act with urgency because people are dying and we can make a huge dent in solving our homelessness crisis because RV bans and subjecting them to sweeps are not how you solve the problem. Thank you. So thank you, President Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Bonin. Thank you, Ms. Rahman. For my general public comment, today is the 30th anniversary of Rodney King's traffic stop. And I'm horrified to say that not much in policing in LA has changed since then. Even though it wasn't perfect, I'm glad that you all at least passed the action to veto the mayor's $150 million. Well, it was $250 million, and now it's $150 million, but now we only have $32 million of the remaining $88 million. So I wish we didn't have to file a CPRA request to find out where that missing $56 million is going. It's also been exactly 1 year since you've all stopped having Friday meetings, which is a violation of this council's charter and very concerning during a pandemic. And now you're all going to go on to recess for a week when we have limited vaccine doses. It's raining outside, so unhoused people are going to die unless mutual aid groups do that. So when you come back, please work on more than streetlights and Hall of Fame motions and more to protect the vulnerable people that you are supposed to be serving. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with a phone number ending in 4208, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, Rob Kwan. I'd like to speak on item 1923 in general public comment.
Well, I think we voted on item 23, but you can have the minute for item 19.
The Rule 23 motion.
Oh, the
Mr.
Rule
Cobble.
23. Excuse me. Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes followed by a minute for general.
Thank you. For item 19, I think it's absolutely perplexing that apparently Marquise Harris Dawson's amendment doesn't need to be read into the record, unless his proposed amendment was exactly what Bonin read into the record earlier. That absolutely makes no fucking sense at all. And I just am baffled continually by this council. And that's, same note with Rule 23, why wasn't this posted online? And why haven't the findings actually been articulated? The second prong of the California statute requires that, quote, the need for action came to the attention of the city subsequent to the posting of the agenda. How can you say you didn't know about these deadlines when they should have been transparently clear to the city? I also want to say, maybe you should have Black Lives Matter LA back in council chambers to review your report on what to do with that remaining $56 million. Councilmember Martinez, a lot of your colleagues seemed unhappy with your back channel policy making process for this money. So maybe you do some good to have another meeting on this before you actually approve it. I also want to note for my general public comment, you've all probably seen the delays with the census, and if you look at the calendar, there's absolutely no time for us to make it work if we're getting the data at the end of September. Our primary date is probably going to need to be pushed back by the state. That's something you should be advocating for. Even if that date is pushed back, our charter presents problems because we have to have our lines approved by the 31st of December, or else the Superior Court draws the lines. And as much as I'd rather see that than Mary Martinez, that's not the best process out there, and you'll probably need to have some legal action taken by the city, independent upon what the state is doing to actually ensure that we have a meaningful redistricting process. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Kwan.
Next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 6068, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, yes, this is Richie Sergenko from People's City Council. I'd like to speak on item 43 in general public comment, please.
Of course, you have a minute for each. Please begin.
Just want to say shout out Rob Kwan, who certainly has a much better understanding of city government and the legalities of bringing agenda items and editing items. Maybe you should all hire Rob Kwan, or at least listen to him when he talks about these things, because I also want to note that there was a provision in yesterday's motion about the $32 million that included something about council offices needed to send recommendations to the CAO's office by March 5th. No one that we spoke to in the city understood what that provision was. So I'm not entirely sure if it's incompetence or just plain evil, but you all just don't know what the fuck is going on at City Hall. That's just a simple matter of fact. How did no one know what the recommendations need to go by March 5th? Rob Kwan is calling out, you all don't know what the Rule 23 motion is. I would just like to say, this is the motion proposed by Neri Martinez 43 is good. We do want to seize the hotels, but stop dragging your feet. Also included in Council President's motion is the opportunity for the city attorney to say it's not legal for us to use FEMA funds. So it's not an improvement. It's actually going to give the Council President an opportunity to say, hey, look at these financial reasons why we can't seize the hotels. Nuri, if you truly care about commandeering hotel rooms, the rainy day, there are 40,000 unhoused people in Los Angeles, 5 a day, 5 unhoused people die every day in Los Angeles. It's raining out right now. Those people do not have shelter. Do not give the opportunity to the city attorney to say it's illegal to seize hotels. Seize the fucking hotels right now. 5 a day. It's too much. 30th anniversary of Rodney King.
Next speaker.
Defund.
Caller with the phone number ending in 5554, please press star 6. Caller with the phone number ending in 5554, please press star 6.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
What items would you like to speak on?
Only general public comment.
Sure, you have a minute. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Sean from Canoga Park, Sean Murphy from Canoga Park. I hate to complain about this again. Gavin Newsom needs to resign. He needs to go. And how long do we have to put up with this coronavirus? I took my 2 vaccines. I wish I could come to City Hall and testify. How long do we have to put, as the public have to put up with this crap? That's about it.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 8919, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, yeah, this is Wayne McFadden. I'd like to speak on item 43 and general public comment.
You have a minute for each. Please begin.
I'm glad that this council finally put through Bonin and Rahman's motion and passed it. It was about a month too late, but better late than never, I guess. For item 43, definitely pass it. As some of the previous callers said, we really need to act with urgency. It's raining right now, as they've said. 5 to 6 unhoused people are dying a day on our streets. And this council is really just dragging its feet, going back and forth with procedural bullshit, frankly, to slow down this process at a time when we need to be acting as quick as possible. So definitely pass item 43, and then beyond that, move faster and use your power and urge the city to actually do stuff and actually put forth the effort to get these people into hotel rooms, which we definitely have the legal authority to do, as the CEO has already said. So frankly, yeah, I'm glad that things are finally moving, but it's a little bit too late, and we need to move faster on this. Moving to my general public comment, I just want to say with solidarity with Black Lives Matter LA that I was happy to see the motion yesterday to allocate $32 million. I want to urge you to allocate the remaining $56 million to Black-led organizations. It's the 30th anniversary of the Rodney King, and we still see Black Angelenos completely oppressed in the city by LAPD and other forces. So we really need to center their voices and put them at the forefront of the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the last 4 digits 9840, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Brad Kane. I want to speak on item 36. This is my personal opinion. For identification purposes, I'm president of FECO Neighborhood Council and the South Carthage Neighborhood Association. I think it is absolutely critical. As the other callers have said, several people are dying each day. We need to get our arms around the housing crisis, and we need to push the city attorney's office to be more creative, including negotiating with the federal injunction right now to get things moving forward. I also want to point all council offices to an article that I wrote in City Watch entitled "More Angelenos Die from Homicide Than Homelessness," and I urge them to have the city council, or I'm sorry, the city attorney consider some of those options, because they're proven solutions in cities around the globe that have reduced homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 2780, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Lisa Hart. I'd like to speak on item 28.
Yes, and so that'll be general public comment. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I also missed the first part of the meeting, so I might have missed what's happening today. I'm with the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance, which has 62-member neighborhood councils. Our Energy Committee has taken a position in support of the council file, and I want to thank Councilmember Blumenfield and his staff for introducing the motion. Possibly more than ever, it's important to pay attention to where and how the city is spending its money, and there is no good reason to purchase from companies that insure and invest in fossil fuel operations. Fossil fuels are on the way to becoming stranded assets and are becoming much riskier to insure, and they aren't good for the city environmentally, socially, or financially. Personally, I would like this motion to go further, but it is certainly a step in the right direction. And by acting today, or perhaps not, as I think I missed something, you can send a strong message that other cities will follow. Thank you.
Caller with a phone number ending in 8420, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Astrid Soda, and I'd like to give a general public comment.
You have a minute. Please begin.
Good morning, council members. I'm calling on behalf of the thousands of unhoused Angelenos who are experiencing the rain that just started outside of my window right now. They're dying on the streets, and you promised Project Roomkey like about a year ago, and I'm urging all of you to move forward with immense urgency and full transparency to the public. Too much time has been lost, and lives gone, like literally forever. I'd like to encourage Councilmember Martinez and all council members to focus on using this money wisely and in pursuit of permanent solutions rather than temporary leases. We need permanent solutions because if you're going to temporarily put someone in a house, that doesn't give them any peace of mind. They're going to be stressing about how they're going to find housing after that. So please act wisely and stop wasting time and energy and do what's right.
Thank you, Speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 4024, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Good morning, my cunts. I want all items in general public comment, please.
You have 3 minutes for items 1, 19, 22, 36.
I already heard, moron. May I continue, please, before you interrupt me again? That's why I said all items. Now, regarding all the money that has been stolen due to the so-called COVID corruption in LA to bail the fools out for their $800 million deficit, I don't think HUD or any federal government should provide you assistance until you spend from the general fund that you keep recycling with Mr. Dumbass Budget Man. That affects a negative impact in the report. So I just want to let you know. Are you listening, Mommy? Because those people were telling you, stop wasting the money and put it to the homeless issue because it's only getting worse. And Donald Trump was right. You niggers need to learn the First Amendment. Now I want to go to my general public comment, you fucking idiot.
Go ahead, Speaker.
Thank you, you Pasadenian. Now that you have me on the floor, listen, rookie. Listen, rookie. 42 U.S.C. 1983. Fuck the police. 42 U.S.C. 1983. Fuck the goddamn city attorney of Los Angeles. You racketeering Rico motherfuckers like Jose Luis Huizar. What's wrong with you people? Making false statements. Pay attention. Pay attention, Nuri. You big fat cunt, get on a diet.
Would you please get on an agenda item, Speaker?
This is general public comment.
Speaker,
I'm on topic,
getting something within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city, Speaker.
Oh, please. You sound like a big... Oh, God hates homosexuals, by the way, in the book of Romans, chapter 1, verse 27. Don't you know
Your
that?
time is up, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes Public comment for today's meeting. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and vote on the following items. Item number 1, 38, 40, and 43. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield,
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin, Buscaino,
Aye.
Cedillo,
Cedillo, aye.
De Leon,
Aye.
Harris Dawson,
Yes.
Koretz,
Aye.
Krikorian,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
O'Farrell,
Aye.
Price,
Aye.
Rahman,
Aye.
Ridley Thomas,
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
14 ayes. These items are adopted.
Okay, let's move on to item 22 as amended. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield,
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin, Buscaino,
Aye.
Cedillo,
Aye.
De Leon,
Aye.
Harris Dawson,
Yes.
Koretz,
Aye.
Krikorian,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
O'Farrell,
Aye.
Price,
Aye.
Rahman,
Aye.
Ridley Thomas,
Aye.
Ridley Thomas,
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
14 ayes. This item is adopted as amended.
Okay, let's move on to item 39. Mr. Price needs to make a technical amendment on this item. Mr. Price?
To move recommendation A, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Ridley Thomas, let's go ahead and vote on this item, item 39. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield,
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin, Buscaino,
Aye.
Cedillo,
Aye.
De Leon,
Aye.
Harris Dawson,
Yes.
Koretz,
Aye.
Krikorian,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
O'Farrell,
Aye.
Price,
Aye.
Rahman,
Aye.
Ridley Thomas,
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
14 ayes. This item is adopted.
Okay, let's move on to items 8 and 16. These items were called special by Ms. Rodriguez. I know they're separate items, but we're pressed for time. So, Ms. Rodriguez, why don't you go ahead and speak on item 8 and go into item 16 before you vote?
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, and I do actually, Ms. Martinez, I do have just a small technical amendment on the recommendations related to item number 8.
Okay, why don't you read that technical amendment now?
Okay. That the Public Safety Committee direct the fire department and city attorney to report back with recommendations for the MOU amendment.
Okay, is there a second? I'll second that.
Second it.
Okay, go ahead. You want to speak on item 8 and 16 now?
Yes, thank you. Colleagues, I brought this item forward because Caltrans, as you know, has neglected to do their work in maintaining many of their right-of-ways. We've seen that over and over again. What the bigger challenge that it presents is, and I've had many conversations with folks from Caltrans to try and reconcile these issues on their right-of-way. There have been times when we were cleaning up in my district related to adjacent efforts, and then they would follow into these same areas and basically dump debris onto the city right of way. We've seen patterns over and over again. And for communities like ours or like mine that are cross-sectioned by freeways, my communities are divided by these freeway overpasses, and going unmaintained continues to be a blight on our community that needs to be changed, particularly so in high fire severity zones. Many of the fires that have emanated in my district and spread even into the county areas began on Caltrans right-of-way that were unmaintained. We've seen LAFD resources time and time again have to go respond to many of the fires that break out on their unmaintained areas. And so for this reason, we are eagerly and urgently pushing forward an effort to secure an MOU that would establish a method for us to hold Caltrans accountable to doing the work of maintaining these right-of-ways, not at city expense, but for them to be responsible for their area. And so for that, and for all of the, so many of us have experienced the high fire danger that comes as a result of their unmaintained right-of-ways, I ask for your aye vote.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on item number 8 as amended by Ms. Rodriguez.
Madam President, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam President, I echo Ms. Rodriguez's comments, something that we spoke in length in Public Safety Committee. The recent report from NBC4 reporter Joel Grover it clearly highlighted the frustrations that we have in the city in dealing with Caltrans. I'm often reminded that half of this body has some connections to Sacramento, and encouraged and looking forward to working alongside former state legislators in this body to hold Caltrans accountable through this MOU process. But clearly our quality of life in and around the on-ramps and off-ramps is declining as it relates to trash, and we owe it to our constituents in all corners of the city. This is one state agency that I have so much difficulty in working and collaborating with over the years, and happy that we are moving and holding them accountable, similar to what we've done with UP in the train tracks in my district and beyond. We ought to do the same here with Caltrans. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this item. Please call the roll.
Thank you. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin. Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson. Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
14 ayes. Item 8 is adopted as amended.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, want to move on to item 16?
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, this item was brought to my attention by very good friends and members of our Sikh community here in my district. It's an important issue that we bring global awareness to what is happening in India. Since September, farmers across India have been protesting new government agricultural reform laws. For farmers who have been suffering for decades, these reform laws have led to mass protests in India. Many of those protesting farmers are members of our Sikh community, religious minorities that come from the states of Punjab and Haryana. Attempts to squash peaceful protests have included blockades, destroying roads, using water cannons and tear gas and other forms of violence. However, this is bigger than the profoundly problematic agricultural legislation and the violent response to protests, because it shines a desperate light
on the farming communities that have been decimated by farmer suicide to the point where international aid agencies have stepped in to intervene. This is something which, for many members of both our Phil-Am community and our Latino community, can understand when we're talking about the rights of those in the agricultural industry. And according to the 2011 report from the Center for Human Rights and Global Justice at New York University, one Indian farmer commits suicide every 30 minutes. And so for that reason, colleagues, I ask that we memorialize our solidarity with this community, and I ask for the adoption of this resolution to express our support for the farmers in India. And I want to thank Ms. Raman for, obviously, I know she understands this issue, and I'm proud that we have this opportunity to show our solidarity for members of our Sikh community and those that are suffering through these difficult times. And I ask for your vote.
Ms. Roman?
Oh, I just wanted to say briefly that I want to thank Councilmember Rodriguez for pushing on this resolution, and that I think many of us have been watching the images coming out of India with increasing horror, and I'm glad that we are speaking on this issue as a council. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Let's go ahead and vote on item 16.
Madam President, actually I have my
Madam
hand
Clerk, can you
raised
please
on
call the
this
roll?
item 2 as well. I
Excuse
want
me,
to give
I'm
a very
sorry,
special
who's
thank
speaking?
you
Hold on
for the leadership of Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez, having spent a lot of time at the Gurdwaras, you know, not just in Los Angeles, but throughout the state of California, and knowing the Sikh community extremely well in the Punjabi North region and the atrocities. We can speak hours, you know, on the systemic, you know, systems that they have in India. But the Sikh community in the Punjabi northern region, who are incredible Californians, what they've been facing, you know, in another part of the world is unspeakable. So I just want to give recognition also to Ms. Rodriguez for stepping up for our Sikh community here in California. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, can we please vote on item 16? Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin. Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
14 ayes, this item is adopted.
Okay, let's move on to item 17, called special by Mr. Koretz for comments.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, the resolution before us, authored by Senator Scott Wiener, would require the California Air Resources Board to develop regulations, standards, and carbon reduction targets. And it would require corporations doing business in California and grossing over $1 billion a year to regularly disclose their carbon footprint. Corporations have been pushed in recent years by a groundswell of investor demand to disclose their environmental impacts. And today, over 90% of the S&P 500 is doing just that. Unfortunately, the reporting is not happening on a regular basis, and industry-wide standards for reporting don't exist, and nobody's held accountable for not reporting or for not hitting their reduction targets. And I'm a big believer in the idea that we can't fix it unless we can count it, and this bill could be a real game changer for California. That's also why I introduced a related motion today along with Council members Bonin and Buscaino, and seconded by Councilmember Blumenfield, to instruct city staff to report back on purchasing or building AI technology that tracks carbon emissions in real time, automates reporting, and provides recommendations for organization-wide improvements to make sure we hit our carbon reduction goals. The technology is available. I think we owe it to Angelenos, particularly the frontline communities near LAX or the port that have been historically impacted, to be transparent about the city's carbon footprint as well, to report our emissions regularly, and to hold ourselves accountable for hitting these reduction targets. That's the direction the private sector is headed, which with this resolution, we would encourage the tightening of, and we should be holding ourselves to the same standards as well. So colleagues, I ask your aye vote in support of this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Corretz. Let's go ahead and vote on this item. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin. Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Corretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell. O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
14 ayes, this item is adopted.
Krikorian, aye as well, sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to item number 30. Let's go ahead and vote on this item as amended. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin. Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Corretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
14 ayes, this item is adopted as amended.
Okay, members, we're going to move on to items 6, 32, and 33 next. Last month, we got an update from the CAO's office on our 6,700 bed plan. And as promised, we're going to get another update today on the status of those beds. And we have in council chambers Meg Barkley and Yolanda Chavez. And Mr. Rich Llewellyn, if you can please take a seat. And we're going to go ahead and receive a brief update and take any questions from members. This would be item 33 on our agenda. Good morning. Ms. Barkley, would you like to kick it off, or Mr. Llewellyn?
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, members. As in response to the Council President's motion, we are reporting regularly to Homeless and Poverty Committee, which is being referred to you, on how we are proceeding towards our goal of 6,700 new interventions, new and some in current contracts. Just a reminder, we have sort of 3 dates. We have 2 court dates we have to hit, and then we have an incentive payment from the county if we produce some of the beds even earlier. So we are watching all 3. As you know, we have some 8,000 interventions in play, many more than our required number, and some of your members propose new sites and new interventions regularly. But our first deadline is trying to hit 5,300 new ones in April to get a bonus payment from the county. That is not a court requirement. That is a sort of bonus payment, which we certainly don't want to miss, and we are working very hard towards that. Meg Barkley, our homeless coordinator, will give you an update on how we're doing. We do report regularly. Thank you, Council President. On the ones we feel are certain and the ones we're sort of trying to move towards a certain camp. And the one other thing, as your members know, we do meet every single week on the roadmap. There is a staff member assigned from the CAO or CLA to each council office where we sort of report progress on the roadmap and on every single district. So if you have any questions about your specific projects, of course, we're happy to hear them at any time, but also that's part of the Thursday agenda meeting every week. So if I could, I would turn it over to Ms. Barclay.
Ms. Barclay, before we get started, I just got notified Mr. Bonin is having issues. He's lost power at his home, so he does not have access to our Zoom meeting. So we're trying to get him a phone number which he can listen into, because he does have questions on this item. So give me just a second while I do that.
Of course.
Oh, he lives over there.
Yeah, it is raining.
It's LA and rain don't go well together. DWP says it's because of a fire at one of their receiving stations on the west side, and it may be a couple of hours before they have power.
Oh, 2 hours?
It's just more end times activity.
Mr. Bonin, can you hear us? Mr. Bonin? Mr. Bonin, can you press *6? Okay, we're going to continue to try with Mr. Bonnie, but let's go ahead and, Ms. Barkley, I apologize. I know you have a presentation in front of us, so why don't you go ahead and get started?
Okay, sure. Thank you, Council President. Meg Barkley, CAO, Homeless Coordinator in the CAO's office, sorry. So what we have before you today is essentially the presentation that we made in the Homelessness and Poverty Committee last week on the status of our Memorandum of Understanding between the city and the county on the COVID-19 homelessness roadmap. So it's just providing a quick overview and then giving some status of where we are. So we have, and we do update this report every 2 weeks, and so these numbers are constantly being monitored, and we will provide ongoing status updates as we get closer to these deadlines. So we have 6,700 new interventions that we agreed to under the MOU by December 16th of 2021. 700 of these interventions were listed in council district plans in existing agreements with the county, and those will be open by April 16th of 2021. 5,300 other new interventions that were not already in place or in existing agreements are to come online by April 16th of 2021, and an additional 700 new interventions by December 16th of 2021. The types of interventions and samples of these, and then we provide more information about the breakdown by these types later on in the presentation. But samples of these interventions are rapid rehousing, interim housing that can be provided through a variety of modalities like tiny home villages, Project Home Key, sprung structures, a bridge home, adapting existing permanent structures, safe sleeping, safe parking, scattered sites, and permanent supportive housing. The target population for the roadmap is people experiencing homelessness living in the city within 500 feet of freeway overpasses, underpasses, and ramps, people experiencing homelessness within the city who are 65 years of age or older, or other vulnerable people experiencing homelessness within the city of LA. The county commitment to the roadmap is to provide up to 50% of operating costs, or up to $293 million over 5 years. This first fiscal year of the roadmap, the commitment is $53 million plus an additional $8 million bonus if the April 16th deadline is met. For the subsequent 4 fiscal years, the county's committed $60 million annually. The county will deduct, though, from that $10,000 for every new intervention below $6,000 that is not open and occupiable within 60 days of July 1st each fiscal year. The city's commitment is to pay all the capital costs to establish new homeless interventions and 50% of operating costs up to $55 per bed per night, and 100% of costs over $55 per bed per night, estimated at $300 million over 5 years. And so we have on the next slide a breakdown of all of the proposed interventions that are in development or being pursued right now, and the breakdown by the number of beds or accommodations in each of these types of interventions. There's currently 8.
Ms. Barkley, give me just a second. I just want to make sure everyone, I know you have a PowerPoint presentation. I want to make sure that the ITA has a copy of that so everybody can follow along. There we go.
Oh, there it goes. Okay.
So what page are you on?
I'm on slide 4.
Slide 4?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, give us just a second.
Sure. There we go.
Okay, there we go. Thank you.
So as of February 24th, which is the date of our last report, there are 8,861 total interventions in development. And as you see here, they're broken down by type and the number of accommodations or beds, parking spaces, things like that that are in each of the categories. As of February 24th, as it relates to the April 16th deadline, as of February 24th, we have 4,777 new interventions that have been added to the pipeline since June 16th of 2020, and 3,000 additional interventions that are in process, and a portion of those that we are working really hard to push over the April 16th line. So at this point, the 4,777 represents the number that we are confident will be available by the April 16th deadline. And we are continuing to evaluate other interventions that are in development as well. If you go, and then the last slides just show some pictures of the different types of interim housing interventions. So here we have a tiny home community. This is in Council District 2. It's Chandler. It opened earlier this month. Here we have a rendering of a site in Council District 13 that will be beginning development very soon. This is an example of an existing structure. It's a site in Council District 2 that opened earlier in 2020. And we have an example of a sprung structure. This is a site in Council District 15. And then lastly, we have Project Home Key. A couple of Project Home Key sites. So that concludes the presentation.
Mr. Llewellyn, do you have anything else to add before I take questions from members?
No, Madam President.
Thank you. Mr. Ridley Thomas?
Madam President, the question is a rather straightforward one, and is, are we going to meet the stated goal that's set before us? And perhaps Mr. Llewellyn, Ms. Barclay, can rearticulate what the timeline would be for hitting those goals, and what, in anticipation of concern that we may not hit the goal, what are we seeking to do to engage in a mid-course correction in order to achieve that? What role does Project Room Key play in our expediting our likelihood of reaching our goal?
So thank you, Councilmember. We are all with you, very committed to reach the goal, and we are trying to be fair and somewhat conservative in our biweekly reports to your committee and to the Council President. We are looking at every intervention that is not yet scheduled to open, to see that is on the list, to see if we can actually advance them. Room Key, the expansion of Room Key is a very good example of one that in some ways is a new opportunity that we are jumping on. And we do believe those beds will count because they were not planned. They are new beds. We will have to continue them in some way. Obviously, the people have to leave Room Key at some point. So your motion today, sir, is allowing funding for more Room Key opportunities. We will be your Rule 23. So we expect to be continuing the existing hotels, and as you know, we are looking for additional hotels. But the short answer is we are all monitoring the count on a regular basis, and we're doing everything we can, including we have talked to the, as an example, the interventions that are actually we're constructing. We have talked to our Bureau of Engineering and GSD about whether we can advance them by, for example, going to more hours, adding weekends and nights. Would that push us over the line? We've certainly been working with LASA on the rental rehousing, rapid rehousing beds to see if we can get additional beds. So all of these things we are looking at really literally on a daily basis to try to hit all of our deadlines.
Madam President, may I?
Please, sir.
Glad to restate the question, Mr. Llewellyn. Are we going to meet the stated goal? I don't mind a direct response. Prognosticate if you can.
Councilmember, my goal is to hit the goal.
Madam President, I think we need to have a very pointed conversation about whether we're going to meet this goal and what the consequences of not doing so are financially and materially, because frankly, results do matter, and accountability is what's being held before us by the people of this city. And so whatever mode that we can get in of a collaborative nature is critical so that we can show progress. I'll leave it at that for right now.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Buscaino?
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you for the presentation. And Mr. Chair, Ridley Thomas, our homeless and poverty. My questions and comments will be the same line of concern that I had in committee. Members, we can't advance today on hotel rooms. Clearly, indicated by the large amount of support from hotel operators on advancing the Project Room Key, it's imperative that we get people inside today. A motion was approved earlier today on the consent agenda by having the ability to advance FEMA dollars today. We can do that today. I'm very concerned, though, meeting this mark in April, because back in the fall, Judge Carter was quoted by saying, quote, "You know, I'm deeply concerned that I'm heading on a collision course with this council and the board in terms of a contempt proceeding in April unless this is completed. We will all be held in contempt if we don't meet these goals come April." This entire body has advanced on solutions. We've committed to saying yes to solving this problem in our respective council districts. We've advanced in all the interventions, as Meg clearly pointed out. But when Judge Carter says, quote, "Be prepared today when I ask, where are the beds? And what have we accomplished since the signing of this in June and today's date?" Because unlike other bodies where you can say that you are going to obligate yourselves and then later on say we made a mistake, if we're heading for a collision course in April with potential contempt findings, we might as well discuss that right now. This was last year. So, Mr. Ridley Thomas, if you don't mind, I'll be a little bit more direct. Yes, we do need to be more collaborative. We need to lead with a sense of urgency, but members, all 15 of us will be held in contempt if we don't meet the mark.
Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, colleagues, although I don't have the same view that you just expressed, Mr. Buscaino, about the status of this litigation at all.
He was speaking for himself, Mr. Krikorian, when he said being held in contempt. He was speaking for himself.
Yeah, and well,
wishful thinking on his part.
Thank you, but that's, that is not what really should be driving us. What really should be driving us is that we have a sense of urgency to address this most imperative of issues. And I think, from my perspective, this is not Mr. Llewellyn's responsibility or Ms. Barkley's responsibility, and I hope that this discussion doesn't become that. We all have that responsibility. We're the policymakers. We're the ones who direct the budget, along with the mayor. And so there are 16 people who are responsible for meeting those deadlines. And as far as I can see, the collaborative process that Mr. Ridley Thomas mentioned is in fact going on. And as far as I can see, the members of this council are acting with great urgency to try to meet these deadlines. And there is a contractual benefit in our doing so with the county. I don't see any council members dragging their feet and saying, well, it's not really that important to build bridge housing or permanent supportive housing in my district. I just haven't seen that. It's certainly not the case, I mean, we're going full speed ahead in my district, and Ms. Barkley and Mr. Llewellyn and everybody else have been entirely supportive of everything that we've tried to propose. So I'm just not seeing that as being the problem. But if I can just shift directions a little bit, because it's all well and good for us internally to talk about collaborative processes, but I think we also have to talk about collaborative processes with the County of Los Angeles as well. And it's great to build bridge housing. It's great to build, a bridge home projects. It's great to build tiny home villages. But I know in my district, and I think it's probably true in just about all of our districts, one of the things that we're not seeing a lot of is opportunities for housing people who need immediate mental health care and immediate substance abuse care. And I'd like to know what the county is doing to offer us opportunities to immediately place someone in those needs. Because some of, the callers always talk about, the need for housing. We're providing that. But, what we're not talking enough about, in my view, is the fact that people who are suffering from mental illnesses that are untreated need treatment, not just a roof. People who are suffering from addiction to methamphetamines need an opportunity to get off of that cycle of addiction. And I'd like an answer from Megan Rich as to what resources are available in those situations. When we have an outreach worker who talks to somebody on the street and they say, today is the day, I would really like to get treatment for my addiction. What resources are there available for that person? Because our bridge housing facilities are not it. It needs to be actually medically supervised treatment of those underlying diseases, and that is the County of Los Angeles responsibility, not the City of Los Angeles. So what opportunities are there available for people in those situations?
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. I would say at this point, the most direct opportunities I know of are the multidisciplinary teams that are funded with Measure H and deployed all over the city and the county have a mental health specialist and a substance abuse specialist on those teams. And even if the request is made to a team that doesn't have those resources, the teams are coordinated to the effect that they could get a response from those from those specialists. As far as actual capacity for beds for people who are needing that and ready to accept that treatment, that is something that we agree we need a better handle on. I know that the counties, I don't know the extent to which the county has purchased a number of hotels through Project Home Key as well, and I believe at least a portion of those are intended to serve as board and care or other those types of acute services. I'm just not entirely, but that's a portion of 10 hotels. So you're right. I believe that we do need a better sense of what those immediate resources are at this point.
And Councilmember, just to add, one advantage of the Alliance lawsuit is it has sort of forced the city and the county to talk more about those issues. Certainly we have talked in terms of any kind of broader agreement that we believe there needs to be more sort of direct access to the county's service of care, particularly substance abuse and mental health. And secondly, and maybe more importantly, upstream services of care to prevent the inflow. They are largely the poverty agency, and as Mr. Ridley Thomas points out, every day we're housing more people than we ever have in history, and every day more people are falling into homelessness. So we need the upstream help as well. We have certainly asked the county. We have met with the county. We've invited them, for example, to visit our mission control, the United Response Center, saying it would be helpful if they just had a presence there. So if we did need that substance abuse bed now, is there a person that we can say, find it right now? And I won't say the county has agreed to give us more resources yet, but they are listening. And that is certainly one of our goals as we proceed to talk about further agreements in this lawsuit. What are our sort of promise and commitments to those resources on a largely instantaneous basis? That's what we need. When the person says, I'll take the bed today, we need the bed today. And we obviously can't provide those.
And thank you. You've kind of anticipated my next question, which is, again, on the subject of collaboration, the need for better data sharing and information sharing. Because I, for one, and I'm certain my colleagues probably feel similarly, am really sick and tired of my staff being out on the streets, identifying individuals who need help, and our HOPE officers out on the street, identifying people who need help, and having a list of people. And yet when we build bridge housing and we do outreach for those bridge housing projects, we can't share data and information with LAHSA or with the county because of privacy concerns and HIPAA concerns and any one of a number of concerns. So we're left without the ability to make a concerted, unified effort with regard to specific individuals or even specific locations in order to house those people. And that need for data sharing is fundamental to solving this problem. When everybody talks about the Utah model, where Utah eventually ended chronic homelessness in the state, the way they did that is by getting every government stakeholder in a room, sharing information that was case specific, talking about an individual person experiencing homelessness and making sure that anyone who could provide the service needed to get that person off the street was working together to do that. And we don't have that system here. We have a system where we're routinely told, well, I'm sorry, we can't tell you who's living in the encampment in your district. We can't tell you how many times we've been out there to do outreach to that encampment. We can't tell you when we did the outreach what we found the needs were. And I'm done with that. We need to have a situation, and Santa Monica is able to do this. Santa Monica developed their own app where they can share this information. They delete the highly sensitive, or they shield the highly sensitive, medical information and other sorts of things. But they know generally, what resources are available, how to match that up to a person in need. How come they can fix that? And we don't seem to be able to fix that with the County of Los Angeles and with LAHSA. That's what I need to know, because we will never get past this challenge, no matter how much bridge housing we build, no matter how much permanent supportive housing we build, unless we get to the business that we are working collaboratively to solve cases for individual people who are living on the streets. And I'm sorry if this is more of a rant than a question, but I am exceptionally frustrated with this part of the problem. And I would like to hear from Meg and Rich on that point, please, and what progress we're making to solve that fundamental problem of data sharing and collaboration around individual cases.
Mr. Kokorian, Mr. Llewellyn is going to answer your question, but I just want to make sure everyone understands. Right after we're done with this item, we're going to move on to items 6 and 32, and we have the county that will be in our meetings, including Department of Mental Health and LAHSA. I just want to make sure you guys know an outreach that is coming. But nevertheless,
if they want to provide comments now, and then we'll save that for later.
No, I don't want to do that. I just want to make sure you know that we'll have an opportunity with these individuals to ask these your level of questions. So, Mr. Rich Llewellyn, do you want to get back to Mr. Kokorian?
Very briefly, sir. You are not the only member, but we have certainly heard your personal issues about this. As your members know, with your new tiny home villages, you're a little ahead of some of the other new interventions. So you're sort of living this right now, real time, with new beds. And our staff is working with your staff and with LAHSA. We're hoping to come up with a better information sharing model. We don't like the idea that immediately fall into we can't share that data. Some data is HIPAA, but we don't have the HIPAA data. But other data is shareable. Certainly collective data is shareable. I went to that encampment 4 times this week. I went to that, the same person went 4 times. Data about the work done. And we are working with your office and LAHSA, and I think when LAHSA's here, you want to talk to them about how we can ensure that our residents, represented by you, are getting sort of the benefit of the bargain.
No, I don't have anything to add. Rich that is true. I'm working directly with LAHSA and your office to try and design some information sharing, especially around the opening of these new sites, so that you are getting the information that you need to know on a regular basis, and that we can then standardize across the opening of all of the sites. So we do appreciate also your willingness to engage in that and be the test case for all of the other sites that are coming forward as well. And so thank you for your patience and your willingness to work with us on that.
And thank you for your outrage.
Yeah, thank you, but patience is not the right word, Nate. But thank you.
Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Meg, and thank you, Rich. I also feel that we really are having an all-hands-on-deck approach to this. For all of the reasons that have been stated, and yes, my questions will be directed to the next panel. I have plenty. I just want to mention again that the county health motion that we did back in September, 20-0769-S2, the report is in the works, and I'm hopeful that it's nearing completion. I'll have a conversation this week with Yolanda, and probably Meg will be on that call, on how that is advancing. And that is exploring the very agreement we have with the county for the services of public health, because we're not getting them. I mean, Rich just said 15 minutes ago, county hasn't agreed to give us these beds yet, meaning when there's someone experiencing a mental health episode or having some sort of reaction to alcohol or a substance, we don't have that resource, which is crazy. That's the definition of insanity. We've had an agreement with the county for 57 years. And it was a lawsuit that created LAHSA. We are being underserved. I'm not blaming that on anyone. It's the systems that we've inherited. So I'll get to the outreach piece in the next panel, but I'm just saying that once this report comes back, it's going to identify the deficiencies in this agreement because people experiencing homelessness, it's been said by callers, it's been said by us, we all know it, people are dying every day on the streets, and in almost every single instance, it's because of an unattended health issue. Oftentimes, it's an overdose and some sort of physical, issue where people are simply dying unhoused. And there's one common denominator in all these conversations that we have as we search high and low for housing solutions. It's that agreement with the county on our health services. They aren't happening. And the definition of insanity is to repeat over and over again what isn't working. So I have a feeling that this conversation needs to be had, not because of COVID, the COVID response that other cities are divorcing from the county on. For me, the issue is the lack of adequate attention to fulfill their responsibility with that agreement that we have to deliver public health. It's not happening, and that's an issue. And I'm going after them because of that reason. And I think we all should. We need to reevaluate everything that's not working because people are literally dying on the streets, and we are facing the parameters of this legal settlement and agreement. And we have to be accountable for our end of that, but we also have to hold others accountable for their shortcomings as well. And let me just say this, along with Mr. Krikorian, I'm downright resentful. I have 3 staff members who are working full-time. I mean, this is their full-time jobs, homelessness and finding housing solutions, including my chief of staff. We're being underserved when our chief of staff or our district director has to work full-time on housing solutions.
Hear, hear.
The agency that we signed up with through an agreement is just not doing it for us. So that means that we are sacrificing focus for other areas within our own districts. So something isn't working. Let's get to the bottom of it through these discussions. Madam President, thank you for having these discussions. We need to figure this out, and our public understandably demands that we do and that we get better at these solutions. Thank you.
Okay, members, it does sound like a lot of folks have questions for the county. So I do want to move quickly to the next items because we do have folks waiting to present and answer any questions. And I know they have, it's a time-sensitive issue. So Mr. De Leon, do you have questions for?
No, it's not so much a question, but you know, thank you, Madam President. It's just obviously you feel a collective sense of frustration from so many individual colleagues with regards to the magnitude of this humanitarian crisis, unlike anything we've ever seen or experienced before. And we all feel it individually in so many different ways, regardless if you have a small concentration of unhoused, you know, community members or a huge gargantuan, you know, number of individuals. And I think that, you know, to some of the points of some of the colleagues who have spoken collectively, I think you also sense a sense of frustration because although to Mr. Krikorian's perspective or point of view, with regards to 15 individually elected, you know, council members plus, you know, an executive, you know, mayor, 16, it really goes larger than that. It's a collective. That means all the department heads as well, too. That means the CAO's office as well, too. Rich Llewellyn's a great guy. I love him. I know he's on there with us. It's been great. But he's part of the mix as well, too. You know, as Meg Barkley, it's everyone collectively. Because when we're putting, whether it's permanent, whether it's the issue of tiny cabins or non-congregate, you know, tiny shelters, whatever we want to call it, you know, when you're engaging with LADWP, planning, building and safety, LA Fire Department, and you go through the list of all the acronyms, building and safety, of all the departments, in many ways, you know, the fate of the individual council members are in the hands of our staff members in City Hall to make sure we can execute the most efficient manner the tiny cabin shelter, non-congregate shelters in the short term to meet the demand that's before us right now with regards to the LA Alliance, at least not a global settlement but the 6,700 that's due on April, you know, and I think that's what the sense of some of the frustration from some folks. It's worked out well. I can tell you my own personal experience. We're not there yet. We're going to get there, you know, sooner rather than later. I got the largest number of unhoused individuals. I've had a couple months just to work on this issue with the largest number to house by April. But I'm not going to house them over $100,000 a pop either, too. I'll be very clear about that. You got to get value and be very efficient, you know, with the dollars that we have so we can move it and target towards, you know, permanent housing ultimately. Because the point with regards to LA County and specifically mental health services and the lack of beds, everyone's right. I've experienced it myself personally just about a month ago when I made a phone call myself. They didn't want to pick her up. They suggested that I call 911. Therefore, that would have been LAPD intervening on a mental health issue where there's no expertise on that issue. So I asked, quite frankly, do you have the capacity? If you don't have beds, then you have to be upfront with us, LA County. And that's when you have that percentage of individuals who are walking down the street, talking to themselves, putting themselves in harm's way. And we just leave them there because we don't have the capacity, because we don't have a mental health department for the city of Los Angeles. I never heard several folks here say, well, perhaps we should entertain that fact. I think Mr. Cedillo has said that just the other day, you know, but perhaps we should have a summit of some sort, and not just a rhetorical summit, but one that's operational and one that's deeply functional, so we can align our systems, because our systems are clearly misaligned with LA County. They're just completely misaligned. There are two ships that go this way, completely, and they don't leverage and align the dollars in such a way. It's almost like, hey, I'm a member of Congress, I'm a member of the state Senate, I'm a member of the state assembly, I'm an LA County Board of Supervisor, not my problem. I'm unincorporated, that's my constituency. Or I'm in Congress, so I'm just gonna deal with macro issues as it relates to the framers of the Constitution and democracy. I'm not gonna deal with the issue of homelessness or Section 8 voucher housing, what have you, et cetera, et cetera. We're in this together, collectively. The city, the county, the state, as well as the federal, congressional members. And we have to align ourselves, and we're completely grossly misaligned, completely. And that's where you get so much wasted dollars, ultimately, at the end of the day. We've had so much money, quite frankly, what I've observed so far in my short tenure here, that we could have easily housed permanently all the unhoused individuals, regardless of we're building so much and the inflow is coming in. We're building so expensively is what we're building in every which way imaginable. Again, along with Mr. Krikorian and Mr. O'Farrell and Mr. Buscaino, it's more commentary with no question at all. But I would just put on the table perhaps for a more serious discussion, as opposed to panels, because the panels, they don't really work. They're nice, maybe it's the check box, that works well. We checked the box, we went before the council, we gave answers, opaque, very vague, very ambiguous answers that have no clear outcomes and deadlines that are firm and consequential at all whatsoever. And maybe we should have a very serious discussion, whether we have, the County Board of Supervisors with their general heads of their specific departments, along with our council, along with our department heads, and see where we need to work together so we can synchronize to really boldly move the policies that are necessary to put a roof over the head of the vast majority of our working families today in LA. Thank you very much, Madam President. Frustrating.
Mr. Buscaino, do you have a direct question for Mr. Llewellyn and Ms. Barkley? Because I'm losing folks on the county side and I need to get into their presentation.
Quickly, Madam President, it's just I just feel that I need to respond on the contempt issue, and I bring it up not because of fear of it, I'm not speaking as an individual, but want to make a point to illustrate the seriousness of this matter, making sure that we meet our mark. We made this commitment, we ultimately need to act on it, but at the same time, the bureaucracy members is working against us. We've done nothing to change the steps, to Mr. De Leon's point, that nothing to change the steps that need to move quickly. It's business as usual. And those are the frustrations. We continue to say, yes, these solutions, we're advancing on these interventions. It's just going to the steps. How is it, we have to ask ourselves, that the Vignes project, the county put up in 4 damn months. 4 months, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Buscaino. Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn and Ms. Barkley, for the presentation. Members, we're now going to move on to the outreach discussion. This is items 6 and 32. As I mentioned last month, we'll be having these series of discussions on the homeless crisis, and today's meeting will focus on outreach. We have 2 motions, one that's been introduced by Mr. Koretz, the other by Ms. Rahman, that we're going to go ahead and take together. And I just want to make sure we have the following folks in our meeting and we're allowing them to come in. We have representatives from the Department of Mental Health, Substance Abuse Prevention and Control, and LAHSA here to answer any questions. From the Department of Mental Health, we have Dr. Sherry, Anthony Rufin, and Tao Do. From Substance Abuse, we have Dr. Gary Shai. And from LAHSA, we have Heidi Marston, Nathaniel Berrygrove, and Colleen Murphy. So, and we've also have Pastor Dermot, and who is really essential in the outreach efforts in Mr. Blumenfield's district. We're going to be hearing from him as well. So let's go ahead and get started. Councilmember Ridley Thomas, who's the chair of our Homeless and Poverty Committee, why don't I ask you to say some brief remarks before we hear from Mr. Koretz and Ms. Rahman.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I simply would offer the following. Colleagues, it's clear that we have an opportunity to advance a number of issues that relate to the overall question of homelessness in our city and beyond. And I would just respectfully offer the following. As we seek to understand improving street outreach and engagement, as we seek to understand expanding non-congregate interim housing opportunities, as we seek to scale our response to meet the needs across the city. Mr. Krikorian, take note of your example of another state that has done great work. They have a total number of approximately 2,000 homeless persons. I simply hasten to make the point that scale is the question with which we have to contend. And finally, Madam President, I think the question is for me, what kind of obligation are we prepared to impose on ourselves as members of this body representing the city in compliance with ultimately what the court will expect of us. Madam President, I'll leave it at that point just to set the context, set the table. You've done what needed to be done in terms of organizing it, in terms of the items that you mentioned, and then we'll have a couple of other motions to address. But for now, I think that should get us on our way. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Ridley Thomas. We're going to go ahead and hear from Mr. Koretz on your motion, and then we'll hear from Ms. Rahman.
Thank you, Madam President. We have so many issues dealing with homelessness, but one that I think is at the top of our constituents list is how to deal with the growing number of encampments and individual campers in our neighborhoods. We've been wrestling with encampment issues for years, from how to provide services and what services, to sanitation, to enforcement. And every time these have come before council, we've struggled to find a consensus. And Madam President, I'm aware that you have tried to lead us in an organized manner towards being able to achieve some sort of a consensus on what the city's posture should be. But LAHSA is the agency providing the primary outreach to people experiencing homelessness. And it's never been clear to me that we all fully understand what exactly their outreach teams do, what they don't do, where their jurisdiction starts and stops. And that's part of why I asked them to appear at this council meeting, to answer our questions and to thank them for agreeing to do so. Understanding what LAHSA does would hopefully provide some clarity as to how the city can better fit into that picture and complement that agency's efforts to provide services and to move more people into shelter or housing. The city's a partner with LAHSA, and we should be a partner in making sure that their work helps us better serve both our constituents and the people experiencing homelessness. So I'd like to ask them to provide that overview and to particularly focus on what the obstacles have been in moving people off the street.
Great.
Okay, do we have LAHSA? Hi, Heidi, can you hear us?
Hi there. Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thanks so much for having us. We're eager to have this discussion with you today. There's a couple things that I just want to clarify. So today we're going to talk a little bit about the broad outreach strategy that we use, not only as LAHSA, but in partnership with the county, the Department of Health Services, Department of Mental Health, to make sure that the services that are being put forward are doing so in a coordinated way. It goes without saying that we've seen tremendous growth in our system. Just to give you a point of reference, in 2016, LAHSA had 10 city and 10 county homeless engagement teams, and that was it for the entire county. So our ability collectively to reach every part of the county and the city was hindered. But with Measure H coming online and the tremendous wealth of resources that have come, we have been able to grow and really develop outreach to be a system as opposed to just a program that kind of sporadically helps folks. And Nathaniel's going to talk a little bit more about that. But again, so we started with about 10 teams in the city, 10 in the county. As of today, we have over 200 teams serving LA County. LAHSA has the largest workforce within those teams. We have about 90 of those teams, and 60 of them are funded by the city of LA. The other teams that we have are a combination of Department of Health Services staff, Department of Mental Health staff, or contracts that they administer to our nonprofit providers, which is where we get that really broad range of outreach. So what becomes critical is making sure that all of those efforts are coordinated. Through Measure H, there's a strategy called E6, and it's about outreach coordination. So this strategy is specifically funding coordination efforts across the entire system to make sure that all of our outreach work is being put into the same system of record, that we are aligning to the extent that we can on the goals, that we're not duplicating services, and that we're being responsive to all of the needs of both the city and the county. And because of this, we've been able to respond to a number of both emergencies, but of course the ongoing homelessness crisis. So it's everything from weather and fire emergencies, the hepatitis A outbreak, the growing mortality and morbidity, and now of course the COVID-19 pandemic. Because we have this framework that Nathaniel's going to talk about, we had something to plug into to make sure that we are doing this in a coordinated way. Following this, and what a lot of you I think are referencing in regards to the last presentation are the roadmap resources. As we're bringing a lot of these resources online quickly, we are adding teams, outreach teams, one for each district, that will specifically focus on these new resources that you're all pushing so hard to bring online. And we want to work with you to make sure that we're not only meeting your needs, but we're prioritizing the areas that you're saying are important, because everybody deserves a place to shelter and to call home. And we so appreciate the commitment to this. So those teams will also plug into this broader outreach strategy and coordination effort that Nathaniel's going to talk through. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nathaniel to quickly go over that structure. We'll abbreviate our presentation for time, and then happy to answer questions. And I believe we also have the county on as well.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Madam President. We do have a PowerPoint. I don't know if it's possible to share that on the screen. If not, I can just speak to it.
Yeah, just making sure ITA has a PowerPoint. Give us just a second.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Nathaniel, why don't you get started while they pull up the PowerPoint presentation. Go ahead.
Sounds great, thank you. Again, my name is Nathaniel Vergao. I'm the Deputy Chief of Systems here at LAHSA. Prior to this position, I oversaw the Access and Engagement Department, which is our outreach teams and our street strategies teams. As Heidi mentioned, in 2016, outreach across the county was really a disorganized group of separate programs, many of which were independent agencies, small nonprofits, church groups, et cetera, doing outreach within their communities with nothing that was well organized, and certainly not well linked to the coordinated entry system or the larger homelessness system in general. Through the development of the city and county strategies in 2016, one of the county strategies developed was E6, which is the development of the coordinated outreach system. And the goal of that really is to ensure that existing resources are appropriately coordinated in a way that gives as much geographic coverage as possible, but also eliminates as much duplication of effort and duplication of services as possible, but it's also something that is scalable. So as new resources are added, we're able to plug them in appropriately and again, minimize any duplication of effort. So, E6 coordination over the last 5 years has sought to undo the disorganization that exists prior. In that time frame over the last 5 years, as Heidi mentioned, we've grown exponentially in the number of resources available across the county. Those resources include teams from the Department of Mental Health, the home team, as they're now called primarily, used to be SB 82 teams from the bill that funded them. There are also the multidisciplinary teams funded through the county, as well as some multidisciplinary teams funded directly through the city, and then the LAHSA HET teams. I can go into details about those teams if you'd like in questions, but just to give you a super quick overview, the LAHSA teams are, as I said, are generalist teams, meaning that they are not licensed clinicians specifically. They don't have a specific focus, whether mental health or substance use. We've made a concerted effort of hiring folks from the communities that they will serve so that they both represent and can make strong connections to the people that they're serving in the areas where they are assigned. The multidisciplinary teams funded through the county, generally speaking, are a team of 5 that include a mental health specialist, a substance use specialist, a case manager, and a peer. And then the home teams, as I said, are specifically funded through the Department of Mental Health. And those teams are specifically focused on folks with significant and persistent mental illness. Generally speaking, they focus on folks who have been involuntarily hospitalized in the past or are on the verge of needing involuntary hospitalization. So the teams under the E6 coordination efforts, we've been working over the last 5 years collectively with the leadership of the Department of Mental Health and the Department of Health Services to design this coordinated strategy. We, looks like, great. Sorry, I'll catch up to my presentation if you can scroll ahead.
What page would you like them to go to?
If you can just slowly go through, I'll try to catch up to where I am. I kind of jumped around because. Well, let's go back one if you would. I think it's important to note the goal of all of our outreach teams. They're all driven with a North Star guiding them with a focus on permanent housing. But in the interim, they are charged to really do whatever it takes to engage folks and connect them with the services that they need to get them on that path to permanent housing. So in terms of the folks that we serve, the WHO, it's literally anybody who is living unsheltered in the city and the county of Los Angeles, whether they're living under a bridge, on a sidewalk, in a car, on a riverbed. Our staff go there, meet folks where they are living, and engage them in services. Next slide, if you would. Next one as well, please. Next slide, please. There we go. So here's again, a brief overview of the different teams. They are the HET teams. The HET teams assigned to the Care and Care Plus projects within the city. LAHSA also has teams that work collaboratively with the Sheriff's Department and other law enforcement in cities outside of LA. We have the DMH home teams, as I mentioned, working with folks who are gravely disabled or on the verge of needing involuntary hospitalization with significant mental health issues, and the multidisciplinary teams. There are also public spaces teams funded through the Department of Health Services that are similar in scope to the HET teams, and that they're generalist teams that are focused on specific public spaces, including libraries and parks. And then we have the old school C3 teams. Next slide, please. So we've often heard critique that outreach does nothing more than hand out water bottles, and I really want to take a moment to dispel that. That yes, we do hand out water bottles and food and other life-saving supplies, including hygiene items that are in short supply and difficult to obtain for folks who are living unsheltered. But that is really only a tool for us to be able to engage folks in this laundry list of services that you see here. So our teams and all the teams are, as I said, working towards that North Star permanent housing, but are engaging folks in a whole host of services, from legal referrals to connections to mental health and physical health services, to public benefits, to getting things like their ID and birth certificates, especially if they're out of state. That can be an arduous process, as well as conducting CES assessments to get folks linked to permanent housing. And of course, referrals to interim housing as well. Next slide, please. So in terms of the outreach coordination that LAHSA does under the E6 strategy, we have worked with our partners in each of the service planning areas to develop what we refer to as hubs. So each of the service planning areas has an outreach coordinator, actually 2 outreach coordinators at the lead agency for that service planning area. And those outreach coordinators conduct weekly case conferencing and outreach coordination meetings. So at a minimum, there's a weekly strategy meeting in each of the service planning areas. Though, you know, as Heidi mentioned, in response to emergencies, including fires and COVID, as well as new projects coming online for interim housing, those coordination meetings may be done at a more micro level and up to a frequency of 3 times per day. We had, you know, during fire season, during active fires, we've had, you know, 3 to 4 times a day check-ins with teams to make sure that they're connecting with folks who are in danger to get them out of harm's way. Next slide, please. So this is just to share with you, there are different levels of coordination that happen in each of the service planning areas. As I said, there's a minimum weekly coordination that involves both coordination of where teams are working, ensuring that there is not duplication of effort, and that teams are able to pull on the resources of other teams. So HET teams can call on the mental health and substance use resources of the multidisciplinary teams or the home teams, and vice versa. If a multidisciplinary team is in an area and they need support in terms of additional outreach, they can call on the HET teams for that support as well. But that also gets down to the details of case coordination. And this has been an essential part of the work that really has been life-saving in many cases. I'd like to just share a quick case study, if you will, of the importance of this coordination. A couple years ago, I was working with teams up in Service Planning Area 2 up in the Valley, and we came across a woman that I'll just refer to as Rita, who was slowly starving to death on the streets of Sunland. And she had significant mental health issues, referred to herself by a variety of different names each time a team interacted with her. Our HET teams called for an emergency psychiatric evaluation, and despite her significant mental health issues, she was able to pull herself together enough in front of those emergency responders to be able to answer the questions that would make her inappropriate for a 5150 on the spot. So we brought that case to the case coordination meeting in SPA 2 and worked collaboratively with the home team in the service planning area to develop a plan for tracking this woman and the issues that we saw with her, so that we could have it well documented, so that and to engage their teams with her as well. So that after a period of a couple of weeks of working with her and also ensuring that we got her the resources she needs so that she wouldn't continue to starve to death, we were able to get her connected with the Homeless FSP program, the Full Service Partnership, which is wraparound mental health services specifically designed for people who are experiencing homelessness. Through that connection, she actually did end up getting hospitalized, where she was able to get on medication, and we were able to get her placed into a board and care facility where she still resides today. And so rather than starving to death on the streets, because she was did not quite yet meet that standard as set by the state statute, we were able to get her connected with care and get her housed. So although this is multi-levels and it may seem like some bureaucracy, there's a strong method to our madness. And as you'll scroll through, we've been able to get feedback from several different important sources showing us that we're on the right track. So if you go to the next slide, please. Scroll ahead another two, if you would. So in 2019, USICH, the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness, published their standards for what would be the ideal for outreach. If you could scroll ahead, please. The next slide. And again, to 13, if you would, please. Sorry, I know we're short on time, so I'm trying to skip ahead. So the USICH published their core elements of effective street outreach, and each of those elements were pieces that we had integrated into the coordination of the E6 strategy and the work of our teams across the county. Additionally, if you'll scroll to the next slide, please. In 2019, over the summer 2019, the county funded a third-party evaluator to look at the strategy of E6 and how the work was happening. And RDA, the research firm that conducted that evaluation, gave us a strong support and strong marks in their evaluation of the work that we've been doing. So I know we're running real short on time. I have additional slides that can walk you through how we've pivoted a lot of our resources to respond to the COVID epidemic, that I think is really key to showing the value of this coordination. Just super quickly, I'll just frame out for you that early on in the pandemic, we worked with our partners, as we have been over the last 5 years, to quickly develop training and information, not only for our outreach teams, but for people experiencing unsheltered homelessness. We instituted mass distribution of PPE supplies, food, and other resources, and also worked with an organization called Aikido to develop a new online application that allowed all the outreach teams across the county to be asking folks about their COVID symptoms and to be able to track that information for the Department of Public Health, so that we could be tracking back to the public, to the Department of Public Health, specific areas where there were concentrations of folks reporting potential symptoms related to COVID-19. Additionally, we assisted DHS and the city in standing up mass testing for people who are unsheltered, and were instrumental in the mass exercise of bringing folks indoors to the rec and park facilities that the city stood up in response to COVID-19, as well as bringing in the thousands and thousands of individuals that we were able to house in non-congregate shelter through Project Room Key. So I know we're running short on time, and I want to make sure to share time for the county folks. So I'll stop there, but glad to take questions.
Ms. Rahman, I also want to give you an opportunity to discuss your motion before we take additional questions from members.
Sure. You know, I just wanted to take a moment to talk about my experiences and why I'm so excited to talk about the questions that we are talking about today. Before I ran for office, I actually co-founded a small homeless services nonprofit in my own neighborhood. And it was an area where there weren't a lot of regular outreach interactions happening when we first started our work. And partly through our work and partly through the expansion of Measure H funding, you know, we really had the opportunity to see what happened when people who had been experiencing homelessness, even those who had been living without a home for a decade, started having those opportunities to interact regularly, person to person, with outreach workers, what happened when those interactions started happening? The effect was really transformative. People were brought into the case management system and people moved into permanent housing over and over again. But I, as an outsider, as a volunteer in my neighborhood, I had a lot of questions then about how outreach was being conducted by the city and county agencies that were working and nonprofits, how those contacts were scheduled, where workers were going, a lot of the questions that people have brought up before today. What has been most interesting about assuming office at this time is that even after I've come into office, we've still had a lot of trouble answering those questions. And particularly in terms of understanding what are the outcomes of interactions between people experiencing homelessness and outreach workers, and where our office can help in providing support to connect people to services and resources. I've really been encouraged by, I think there's a huge desire from everyone on this council to try and fix these issues. I know that there's an incredible amount of excitement in the county and in LAHSA to work more closely together and to work on these issues. And I'm particularly excited about having these conversations in the context of what we talked about yesterday. We're talking about alternatives to policing in Los Angeles. And if we are really going to stand up an effective and accountable system of unarmed response to homelessness, really starting off with a system that is anchored in compassion and care, then we have to be building a system that is really robust, that is data-driven, and that works in coordination with each other. So I'm really excited to be having these discussions today. Unfortunately, I had requested both the County Department of Mental Health, Dr. Sharon and Dr. Tsai from the Substance Abuse Department to be here today, but because the conversation has taken a really long time, both of them had to leave, unfortunately. And I was really excited to have them be able to respond to some of the questions that you were asking earlier, Mr. Krikorian, and some of the other members had brought up earlier, because I think they do have a lot of thoughts and answers that they can bring to the table on how we can work together. I'd love to move ahead with this motion, but I don't know whether we could find a time for them to come back to the meeting, maybe in a couple of weeks when we're back together, so that we can continue that conversation and have that more detailed discussion with them. But unfortunately, the delay, I think, the timing just didn't work for them since it got later.
Yeah, Ms. Rahman, and I just want to reassure you that this is one of many, many, many discussions we'll be having in this council regarding outreach. So there will definitely be an opportunity to bring them back, invite them back. I will apologize ahead of time. Our meetings do tend to go long, and so we try to be as accommodating as possible, but I would recommend we move forward with your motion and then absolutely make the time for them to come back. Mr. Blumenfield, would you like to say a few words regarding your experiences with outreach before we start to take questions from members?
Madam President, I'll just say the committee is available as a venue for Dr. Sharon and Dr. Tsai to come as well, and we can really drill down there. So, Ms. Rahman, if that's an acceptable option, I'm prepared to do what's necessary to accommodate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blumenfield?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. I was having a little technical difficulty there. So I just missed the last little part because I was off, didn't work. But I think you want me to talk about the pilot that happened in my district, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so it was we had a great program working with LAHSA, a collaboration with LAHSA, where we started out like everyone else. We know that outreach is essential. I mean, that is that's what it's all about. But years ago, we weren't doing a lot of outreach. As over the last 5 years, that is the number one thing that my team does, that I do, that we collaborate with all the outreach workers. Like a lot of you, I mean, I go out every other week, either with LAHSA, with local providers, with LA Family Housing, to meet and talk with the homeless people in the district. And to try to get them services and to work with LAHSA to get them services. And frankly, it's a very slow and cumbersome process. And it hasn't been all that effective. A lot of times you find people that they're building trust and doing all these things, but you're not getting the people off the street. what LASA proposed, and when we had concerns about this, was something new. Instead of a pilot program that was across, instead of a program where you're dealing with folks all around, we would do a geographically centered intensive outreach program and deal with, in response to the court case, deal with the underpasses. So we put forward a proposal with them, and we spent several weeks just focusing on one geographic area. It was very much like what happened in Mr. Rodriguez's district with Bradley Paxton, followed the same kind of protocols where we would, for several weeks, intensively work with folks and actually have housing alternatives available, which is the key distinction. No police involved, nothing like that. This is all about doing outreach, having an alternative, and having a choice state. And so we moved forward with LASA and LA Family Housing. And unlike in previous times, we actually had something to offer people. And there was a date where things were going to be different. And that changed the dynamic very much so, because unlike when you typically go out and you're just talking to folks and you're trying to get them to see that their service is, and they may not want it, but they're comfortable in the situation, you're saying, hey, things are going to change here. We're not going to have anybody in this underpass, but we want to make sure that you have somewhere to go, and you have, it's that personal touch. We have something for you, and you can talk about the different options. Initially, this was supposed to be all about rapid rehousing. When we started this pilot, it was really to test the theory of rapid rehousing, which I was thrilled about, because that would be the best way to get people into housing. But very quickly, we found out that it wouldn't work, because there wasn't enough rapid housing available. We don't have master leases, so the folks couldn't get, LA Family Housing couldn't get people placed, and LASA couldn't get people placed into rapid rehousing because it just wasn't available. So fortunately, they didn't give up at that point. They said, all right, we're going to find other interventions, whether that's Project Room Key, or whether it's drug rehab residential programs, or whether it's motel vouchers. We're going to find something for everyone. And to make a long story short, and I see Pastor Don is here as well. I want to make sure I give him a chance to talk about this as well, because he was instrumental. He and the judge, they came out. We worked with them. We were under the underpasses every day. And the judge, to his credit, and Pastor Don, to his credit, they came out many, many different days, working hand in glove with us, talking to the homeless population. And we were able to get almost everybody into housing, which was phenomenal and very different than the results that we got on the non-geographic specific outreach. This was proactive outreach, not just reactive outreach. And it was, in my mind, it was a great success. The only folks that we didn't, that fell out, were folks who had serious mental health issues. DMH came out to talk with them, but they didn't accept the services. And so we had a few folks who were not able to get into housing, but they moved on to different places. We still followed them. And in fact, Pastor Don, give him a lot of credit. He's been coming out ever since. Just recently, we got one of those folks, who had been under a particular underpass and collects pine cones, and really good person, but was not able to fully comprehend his options. Pastor Don finally worked with him just the other week, and we were able to get him into housing. So we got to check him off that he's now on his way. So I guess the main lessons here are that it can work. It's doing a geographically specific intensive outreach makes a difference. It creates an atmosphere that can get folks excited about different options. And the other thing is, a lot of people in my district thought that this would never work, because quite a number of the people who are under the underpasses have drug addiction. It's just not all homeless people do, but some of these particular underpasses had really become an area where there was a lot of drug addiction. But we were able to get residential treatment beds, and this process, all of those folks gratefully accepted services, accepted treatment, or accepted some of the shelter options that we're able to provide. Now, it's just the first step. Obviously, more importantly, is we need to have the housing available. We need to have the interim housing. We need to have the permanent housing. Some of those folks that we got off the street, it's the motel vouchers, they ended up coming back to to when we opened up the Bridge Home just recently. We have some of them are back in the Bridge Home. The only downside, though, one of the downsides was that while all 14 underpasses were ultimately cleared out and folks found housing, we were not in one of the underpasses, on the Corbett underpass. There was some left behind materials. There was some tarps that nobody was living in for a while, but because it was unclear about that, and because the rules are what they are, we could not remove those things without the person's permission. Most of the materials were removed with people's permission, and so it kind of sat there as a monument to the homeless effort for a while, and then other folks started moving in, and now in that underpass is full again, under the Corbin underpass. So that's also because we never passed anything that created a buffer zone for the underpasses, so they start to fill up again. So that's the long and short of the outreach effort. And I know that Pastor Don is here. I would love to get his perspective on it as well, because he came out and an echo here, and he came out from with the judge and really helped do a lot of this intensive outreach in addition to LA Family Housing and in addition to LAHSA. And the last thing I'll say is the data that Mr. Krikorian talked about. That has been one of my biggest frustrations as well. We're working with LAHSA. I just today got some of the data from this pilot program in terms of where people have gone. But that is critical to making this work. We have to have that outreach because, like all of you, my team is out there every day. I'm out there all the time, and we need to have better coordination, and we need to understand what the data is.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. So we're going to go ahead and take questions. Ms. Rahman, I think we're trying to get someone from the Department of Mental Health to join our meeting. We're trying to find that person. As soon as that happens, I will let you know, just so that in case people have questions of that department. So why don't we start with Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the entire panel that's assembled. Earlier, I made the remark that we have systems that just aren't working, that it's no individual, not even any individual organization's fault, because everyone, I believe, with my experience working with everyone at LAHSA, even with people at the county, are giving it their best. But so much isn't working. And I think everyone acknowledges that, or at least no one denies that. One observation I want to make with Mr. Blumenfield's remarks. Right this moment, we have a comprehensive, intensive, geographically focused outreach, and it's working very well. And I'm very hopeful for a successful outcome there. But it also underscores the gravity of the situation when we have 41,000 individuals as of the 2020 count experiencing homelessness in the city alone. So the city of Los Angeles has just under 40% of the county's population, but yet we have about 2/3 of the county's homeless population. No one has been able to convince me that the city is getting its overall share of resources, all inclusive, that are commensurate with the need in the city of Los Angeles. I have real concerns with the arrangements we have with the county as it relates to mental health, and even with LAHSA as it relates to their ability, the scope and breadth of their territory, having the entire county. I have a feeling that these arrangements are not setting anyone up to be successful. And of course, who does that harm the most? People experiencing homelessness. Nonetheless, at the moment, we have what we have. So I think we need to move aggressively on these housing solutions and figuring out the most efficient way of consistent outreach And it really needs to be with the same outreach workers and not different ones that are interchangeable, depending on who shows up that day or who's new that day on the job or what agency is available that day to do outreach to the same individual. Because you don't build trust unless you have the same people outreaching to the same people. Ms. Rahman gave an example of Sela's work, which is terrific. I can give an example of Hollywood Forward. Hollywood Forward formed, 10 years ago at least in Hollywood, and they focused on the top 18 chronic homeless individuals in Hollywood. The people that everyone said couldn't possibly be housed or helped because of their resistance or the mental health afflictions or addiction afflictions. And it met with mixed success, but some success nonetheless. But that's just 18 people 10 years ago when we have 41,000. Again, talking about the scale of the issue that we're facing. So as we look to the structural arrangements that we currently have, we've inherited since 1964 as it relates to health and wellness, which includes people experiencing homelessness, which was not anticipated 57 years ago, but it's the reality now in a very chronic, massive scale. In the arrangement with LAHSA, and I have no doubt that everyone's doing their best. Heidi has been terrific to work with, so thank you, Heidi. We have to move forward with what we have. Outreach. So I have some questions. Do we have a general time frame for the average amount of times that a person is outreached to and offered housing before we simply move on to another individual? In other words, what category do we put that person into? Bob mentioned it with some of the folks that just, moved on or, went somewhere else. And then to work on his issue, they just had to keep outreaching to people that would eventually accept the assistance. In other words, what do we do with the folks who at the end of the day just aren't going to do it no matter what?
Thank you for the question. So I think there's a couple of things that are important to note. As it relates to folks experiencing unsheltered homelessness, the teams never give up on anybody. So we will continue to outreach to folks as many times as it takes to get them inside. That said, I think it's really a lever system. And the example that Councilman Blumenfeld gave is a great example of one of the individuals who it took a little bit longer for him to become sheltered, and ultimately we will house him. But it required a lot of persistent outreach, and it required having the resources available so that the minute he said, yes, he was ready to go, that we had a place to follow through and give him. And I can't overstate that enough. I think everybody here understands that. And what helps us understand these levers that we need to pull, I want to just put to the council's attention that last week, the California Policy Lab put out a report that took lots of data that we have in our HMIS system about outreach and overlaid it with the Department of Mental Health data and the records that they have with individuals to see what's the overlap in the clients to better understand the true need from a mental health perspective of folks on the street. And what it found isn't surprising, but it does tell us what we need to focus on, because it says that 26% of people who were street outreach clients with LAHSA have some sort of history with BMH, so they're interacting with Department of Mental Health for some reason. But more importantly, 20% of people who are engaged in our street outreach have a clinically diagnosed serious mental illness. So that's not anxiety, it's not the act of trauma necessarily, but it's a serious mental illness that requires far greater engagement from clinical professionals and consistent engagement with those resources on the end. And I think you, Councilman Farrell, and others have noted the importance that the more that we have the ability to pull the levers and say, we really need the clinical support here, this isn't somebody who, we're just going to be able to move inside. We need to be able to have that readily accessible so we can move folks consistently, build that trust, and then have that integrated system with the county.
Thank you, Heidi. Does LAHSA have data on the reasons people will resist a bed? In other words, what are some of the top reasons?
Sure. I think that there's a number of reasons. Fundamentally, I think it's trust. You have to understand that folks who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness have been failed over and over again by many systems, many social networks. And it takes a long time, and rightfully so, to build that trust. So it might be that folks want a shelter bed, but they don't want to go to a congregate setting because maybe there's experiences that trigger them when they go there. So they need a private setting, which we just haven't had. So I think there's a variety of reasons, but what we can say is that over and over, with consistent trust building and patience and time and resources on the back end, that we are successful in getting folks inside.
Thanks, Heidi. And people who have experienced trauma, whether they're housed or unhoused, have triggers. So, for example, women experiencing homelessness that have also experienced domestic or sexual violence are really high on the vulnerability index, the service prioritization decision assistance tool, right? So there's a questionnaire. Does LAHSA make sure that women who have been traumatized or transgender or LGBTQ, it doesn't matter, are outreached to sensitively as far as gender? In other words, a woman reaching out to another woman as opposed to a male reaching out to a woman with that index?
Yeah, and that's also why it's so important that our outreach teams reflect the population that we're serving, so that we have folks who can connect in a different way, not just through lived expertise, but through, being a woman or LGBTQ identified, however that is. We want to make sure that we're connecting and meeting folks where they are, and we try to be sensitive to that. And what we've learned through Project Room Key as a primary example is that over and over, folks are much more likely to accept a room where they have a lock on their door, whether it's Project Room Key or the tiny homes with Councilman Krikorian. Like, people want to go inside and feel safe. And I think that's fair, because whether it was trauma that led them to where they were, everybody who's experiencing homelessness is actively experiencing trauma, because homelessness is traumatic. How people respond to that is different. So we want to be flexible in what we can offer them, how we engage with them, and the services that we can offer.
Mr. O'Farrell, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I really need to move on to another member.
Okay, can I ask one last quick question? And if time permitting, I'll ask others, but yeah, real quick. So Heidi, my office became aware that LAHSA outreach workers simply call the county 211 number when needing services for mental health, which anyone can really do. Doesn't LAHSA have better contacts than depending on some operator answering the phone?
So we do have some contacts with the Department of Mental Health, but we need better access to that inventory. So that's part of what this outreach coordination tries to do, is to match folks with DMH. But again, I think that's why I'm so grateful that the county coming on and that we can ask these questions, because we do need more connections, and where we really see tightening bed resources is on those DMH or those Department of Health Services resources, and actually getting access to them, because the need far outweighs what is actually available.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Blumenfield, for sharing the experience and the work that occurred under your overpass in, I believe it was Tarzana. And, colleagues, many of you have heard about the protocols that were developed as a result of the Paxton and Bradley effort. And it's for that reason, and I know we've heard that in H&P committee previously, prior to the end of the tenure of Mr. O'Farrell's chairmanship. But I look forward to that coming back as an opportunity for us to memorialize the kind of structured outreach that will avail, frankly, what worked really well. And that is the fact that 100% of the individuals that were there not only were placed into housing, but now more of the 67, only 20 remain to be placed in permanent solutions. And so, we have this very unique opportunity for us to expand that. But one of the ways that we can do so is by assuring this data sharing information. And I know that Heidi and it was mentioned earlier, the biggest problem that we have right now is that even interagency within the county, that data is not always shared, nor the resources are actually overlaid in a manner that allows you to better facilitate connecting folks with the right resources. And so Heidi, if you could please explain a little bit about what ways in which, between you and DMH, you indicated that it's not seamless. What is our timeline and expectation? Because when we know that those are really some of the chronic needs that we have out on the streets, what is the better way of helping to facilitate that data share between you within the county's efforts with their contracted efforts versus what LASA is offering?
Yeah. Thank
Heidi,
you for that. Yes.
Heidi, before you answer that, we've got Mr. Ruffin that just came into our meeting from DMH. I just wanted to make sure members knew that. And he raised his hand, so I'm not really sure if he wants to answer this question.
Okay.
Or let you move forward. Mr. Ruffin, did you want to answer Councilwoman Rodriguez's question, and can I go on to Heidi?
You can go on back to Heidi. I just wanted to introduce myself and say my
okay.
apologies for being late. We had technical difficulties over here.
No
and I had
problem.
another emergency, so
Thank
my
you for-
apologies. I'll
okay.
wait my turn.
Thank you for joining us. I thought you wanted to answer this question. Heidi, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So one thing that we were able to build out through our COVID-19 response is what we're calling kind of the air traffic control of shelter beds. And that is all shelter beds, whether it's a DHS bed, a DMH bed, a LASA bed, a Project Room Key site. So we've actually all put our staffing together to create a centralized system that we want to now expand to the rest of the portfolio. It's not perfect yet, and you're absolutely right that a big part of that is making sure, like, how can we figure out a way to share our data system? Not only is it cumbersome from our getting a good sense of the inventory when DMH, DHS, LASA are all inputting into different places, but it's also hard for our providers who have to input data into multiple systems. So I know this is one thing the county is looking at is, could the county either come in and use HMIS as a system of record so we have one place where all the data is held? And if not, then how do we make sure that our systems can talk to each other? Because that will not only help with the coordination, but it will also help us answer all of the very accurate and appropriate questions you all are asking us all the time. Who's getting into my site? Tell me about these folks. How do we make sure they're getting the resources we need? And that shared data system will help facilitate those responses.
And so also, you know, one of the other questions that I have is based on knowing how to track the availability of the rapid rehousing dollars that are tied into and available in many of our areas, so that we can actually track how they're being used within our own respective districts.
Yeah, part of the reports that we're building out for you specifically for the roadmap will show you that by council district. So you'll be able to see rapid rehousing placements, shelter placements, because we're all at that point will be able to track the same goals, but you'll have it specific to your district.
Yeah, and and just finally, and thank you, Heidi, because I know we've been working seamlessly with my team, and I want to thank you all for your efforts. Like many of you, we're tracking a lot of these case-by-case folks experiencing homelessness and trying to cross-pollinate the information that we have as best as we can so that we can help facilitate getting these folks placed into housing. That said, we also know that it really is important to have an appropriate lead time in order to help facilitate that. And so I think it's really important because as been indicated by everyone, what's instrumental is the trust. There has been trauma that has determined a lot, triggered a lot of people from actually, because they're not getting outreach by the same individuals or the same spa lead or the same contact, that it actually does a disservice for us to help assure these folks get placed into these shelters on an interim basis and long-term housing solutions. And so we're working on targeting resources on an encampment by encampment basis so that we can better assure that we will be successful in securing that trust that does in fact lend these folks into these housing solutions. And so, Heidi, thanks for that. I look forward to, again, representing the work of Paxton and Bradley to the H&P committee at our next meeting, and then, allowing that to help hopefully formalize the way that we do this consistently in all of our areas. But thank you very much.
Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for your patience earlier while we had some tech issues. My love to whatever DWP crews got our power back online here in Mar Vista. And thanks for the presentations and the makers of the motion who got them here. I know we're short on time, so I'll try to be sort of surgical with a couple different questions. I've been intrigued by the conversations about data sharing and information, and we've talked about sharing of information between agencies. We've talked about sharing of information with the public. We've talked about sharing of information with council offices. The information I'm curious about, I'm wondering to what extent we share information with people who are unhoused, with the people who we are doing the outreach to. Because there's lots of different barriers to getting people off the streets. There's a lot of different barriers to building trust. One of them I've noticed is that there seems to be a real lack of agency on behalf of the people who are unhoused in being able to participate in their own path. Because they often, an outreach worker may come by, and then the next time the outreach worker comes by, they may be off going to the bathroom, or they may be out at a medical appointment, and then they miss that opportunity. When my power was out, I kept getting alerts from my cable company saying, here's an estimate of when things are going to come on. Not everybody who is unhoused has a cell phone, but many, many, many of them do. Where are we in getting people an app where they can actually participate in their own case management? I know we have HOP for people to report someone who's homeless who needs help, but I'm talking about something where somebody unhoused would be able to know when there's an outreach worker coming by, know how to reach somebody for follow-up if they say, you know what, you were here 2 days ago, I actually am interested in this. Or get an alert saying it's raining tonight, here's a bed, or we're going to be doing COVID inoculations next Friday at this location. Do we have any capability of that? And if not, how can we get there?
Yeah, I think that is that's a key point, because we do see more and more that not everybody, but many folks experiencing homelessness do have cell phones or access to some sort of technology. So I think that's a new innovation that we can leverage. I would say one thing that we are focused on in terms of real time and providing folks updates is through the work of Housing Central Command. One thing that we are very close to being able to roll out is what we're calling a universal housing application. So if somebody wants to go from the process of the underpass, like Councilman Blumenfeld talked about, to rapid rehousing, it's not as easy as just moving in like it is into a bridge home shelter. It's documentation, it's data capturing, it's filling out applications with the landlord. If that landlord says no, it's going to another landlord and filling out another application. So what the universal housing application does is it puts all of our developers and PHAs into one application, so people fill it out once and they know exactly where they are in the process. I think to what your point is, Councilman, so that's one piece of it. Nathaniel, do you want to talk for a second about the county innovations and the IT stuff as well?
Yeah, certainly. Through funding this year, the CEO's office put forward an innovation challenge. And one of the projects that's been selected is almost identical to what you're suggesting, Councilmember Bonin. They will be working on a portal. It's unclear whether it will be an app or what the end product will look like, but the goal is to be able to allow those who are unhoused to be able to actively engage in their treatment planning and tracking of their progress towards housing. One of the cautions that we've provided the county and is I think borne out in what we're seeing around COVID testing as well, though, is that we can't put technology as our only mechanism forward, because there are so many folks who don't have access.
It can't be our only mechanism, but it's not enough of a mechanism now. That would be a quality problem to get to. Because I'd like people to be able to know where they are in the process for a rapid rehousing slot. I can track, if I order Chipotle from Grubhub, I can track where it is in the process, and someone should know where their own placement is. So I'll follow up more with you offline about that, because I think it's essential in giving people some control over the next steps they take. Quick question on case management, and it's a follow-up to Ms. Rahman's question. I know there's a lot of case conferencing going on, and I've seen it, and it's very, very effective. Ms. Rahman mentioned CELA. I've got in my district, Venice Catholic Worker is out on almost a daily basis. K-Town for All is out on a daily basis. To what extent does LAHSA work with these teams of volunteers who are out there, in some cases even more frequently, to exchange information about who's most in need, who is eager for a placement, and can we even engage them in case conferencing?
I would ask Colleen to speak to that.
Hi, Council Member. Great question. So we've really, over these last few years, forged a close relationship with our allied outreach partners on the streets. What we try to do is to engage in a few ways. First of all, to use LA Hop, of course, and we see those important requesters, and that's one way that we can definitely mobilize people, outreach teams to those high need. Of course, they all have our phone numbers. Also, we utilize the partnership with our outreach coordinators to flag any concerns. And I think where it's most powerful is when we have an interim housing resource coming online, that we work to get referrals from those entities to refer in, and that we get those names and then connect them to one of the professional, for lack of a better word, outreach teams to get them in. And so that's worked well. Actually, we're doing it right this second in the final ABH to open at Lafayette, where we work closely with K-Town for All and others to get those in. We also do this, though, not only those groups, but LAPD with council offices too, where we get those priority names. We look them up in HMIS. 9 times out of 10, we're already working with them. But if we're not, we hustle a team to make sure we are.
Do you ever have a case where Venice Catholic Worker or K-Town for All or CELA is part of case conferencing?
Due to regulations around HMIS, and we are guided by regulations of people who have HMIS access to be able to share, have bi-directional sharing of data just due to the regulations. So in cases where that isn't, then it's one directional, but we can still be highly effective even with that.
Okay, that's sort of the HIPAA issue Mr. Krikorian was talking about earlier. Last question is, it sort of speaks a lot to the roadmap conversation that blends into this. On a couple different items today, 3 different items, we're trying to put some muscle and some energy into Project Roomkey, which has been a very popular intervention recently. It was the intervention of choice when we did the encampment-specific project in my district at Rose and Penmar. And thank you, Mr. Ridley Thomas, for your help on that, by the way. But I hear some wonderful things about PRK, and then I hear some people who are very dissatisfied with it. And I know that there are cases where there have been a lot of people who have dropped out of PRK, who've said things like, you know what, it's not Project Room Key because I'm not even given a room key, or there's a strict curfew, or I'm only let out 3 hours a day, which I suspect is not how we did things with other people who have used hotel rooms as part of a COVID response, whether it's people who were at risk, who were non-unhoused or first responders and stuff like that. Where are we in reevaluating some of the rules of PRK that have caused people to say no or to leave the program?
And Nathaniel, I'll let you jump in too. I think what's important to note about Room Key is it really was intended to be a COVID response. And because of that, we have nursing on-site support all the time to make sure that anybody coming and going is getting those symptom checks. This was, obviously before vaccines as well. And so what really drove the curfew for Project Room Key was our ability to not have overnight staffing for our nursing. And so because the nursing staff had to leave at 7 p.m., nobody could come or go after that time period because of health and safety reasons, as that was the whole purpose of Project Room Key. That said, I do think some sites have figured out alternatives, but so long as this is a FEMA program, we need to adhere to public health regulations and requirements about coming and going. And there are other parts of the program we're certainly reevaluating, but that one in particular is challenging, and we certainly recognize that.
FEMA mandates a curfew or says that you can't leave or come back without a healthcare worker on site?
No, there's not specific FEMA regulations. We initially designed the PRK program, as Heidi said, as a strict protocol to protect folks from exposure to COVID. When we designed the initial scope for the project, I don't think any of us thought that it would be continuing to operate this far in. And so we have been actively working with the hotel owners as well as the program operators to amend the rules and make them more appropriate for folks who have been staying there longer. The thought, initially it was a month-by-month extension by FEMA, and so we didn't know whether it was going to be a 1-month project or a 3-month project. And the fact that we're coming up on a year, I think, has taken us all by surprise. So we have been reevaluating that.
Yeah, loosening some of that would be good. I mean, it's hard, I think, to get somebody to move from the street to someplace where, because of rules, they are made to feel less independent and less autonomous. I think that's very difficult for people to transition to a place where we're saying, we're going to help you get your life back if you're actually constricting it. And I think we need to be sensitive to that to get the maximum number of people in, and then, a discussion for another day is into the next placement. Thank you, Madam President.
That's exactly why the low barrier approach is what we take in our shelters. This was different because it was public health and safety related, but that's absolutely right. We know that uptake is greater when we have that low barrier approach.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Bonham. Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll keep my questions towards LAHSA because my questions I believe that, all of our questions regarding what we're doing towards mental health could be, fill an entire day on its own. I think we all agree that all levels of government over the last few decades have failed to properly address people dealing with mental health, and what we need to do to really tackle that, because I think that's a large problem of what we're seeing on our streets, unfortunately. But, Heidi, when we had a meeting last year, I thought we had a very productive meeting in trying to understand our partnership and what we've been doing. But things like, and it's been said before by some of my colleagues, some of the frustrations are that for months we've been promised a dedicated team to work with us in our district, because it's been said over and over, sometimes the only tool we have to help people get off the street is repetition, right? Hoping that they accept services on the 82nd time that they didn't accept on the 81st time, right? And to build that trust and build that relationship. So much that, CD12 is now, has beds coming online very soon, right? We have about 100 slots opening soon. And instead of waiting for these teams, we've just, developed our own team. We've developed our own team. We go out, we, it's not just, we don't just go out to, give out food. We do that in order to build that trust. And we've made our own list because, I need to make sure that my locations that are coming online are successes. I need to show that to my community, because the other places in my district where we're going to be doing these things, they're going to look at this as an example. And so that's some of that frustration of having that dedicated team that we can directly work with, because a lot of times also we will refer people to LAHSA, and we will, work with someone under LAHSA, and it just seems like that information just never gets back to us. So it just goes into the black hole. We don't ever receive that information back of what happened to this person, how this person was dealt with, or coordination between, our teams, so that we are not overlapping, and we're trying to reach as many people as possible. You know, we've been working with Volunteers of America for the last couple of months, and that has been such a great relationship because I think every step they do in our district, you know, is coordinated with us and to have that kind of relationship. I was wondering, more of my question is like, is there any way for my volunteers and my staff to be able to empower them to enter into CES? Because that would be, you know, helpful, because we want to make sure that when these beds come online, that it's, you know, people in our neighborhoods, because my neighborhoods have to see that difference, okay? And to help those people get into that system. And that would be, you know, that would be a huge help, because, but another frustration is that, you know, there's been times where LAHSA has reached out to my office and try to provide us training on how we should go out and be those service providers. And you know, like one of the council members said earlier, you know, our deputies are doing a whole number of things. That is why we're contracted with LAHSA to do those things. And that frustration of being told, well, you know, can you just go out and talk to them and, you know, to offer these services, or tell them, you know, well, we don't know where the available beds are, and we don't have as much information. And so that's just, you know, where some of the things, you know, that we hope can have a better partnership with you in moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for raising it. First, I just want to say for every member of the council, if you feel like you're reaching out and you're not getting the responses you need, if you feel like you don't know who the teams or the POCs are, please reach out to me. I think most of you have my cell number, but if not, I'm happy to share it. I want to make sure that you feel like you have a direct point of contact with me to problem solve, but we're certainly doing as much as we can to be responsive. And to your district, and specifically, Nathaniel can speak a little bit to the teams that we're bringing online. In regards to the roadmap team that I referenced earlier, where each district is going to have your own team, most of those folks are hired. They will all be hired by April. And as they are, we are going to do personal introductions with you and your teams. But in no way, shape, or form is our hope or our desire that the council offices feel like you need to do this because LAHSA is not doing something. So to the extent that there is a sense of that, please reach out to me so we can figure out how to plug in and work more closely together, because we want to support you and the work that you all are doing.
I'm sure I you know, I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I'm sure a lot of us are having that sort of frustration in feeling that we are supposed to be going out in that. And is there any way to partner? We have local organizations that do outreach, you know, within our district. It would be great for us to be able to partner with them. They know the people, they work with them, and, you know, on a constant basis. So that would be a great, you know, you already have some of these advocacy groups out there. That would be a great partnership. And the last thing is that some of our emergency service providers, I don't know who's at fault for this, and I don't know if it's LAHSA's fault, so I don't mean to throw it onto you, but they don't get paid for the services that they're providing on time, so that they're not able to move on to some of the more permanent projects that we have going. And that would, you know, whatever log jam is creating, that would be a huge help for us as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. First, I just wanted to add to what I was saying earlier, and then a couple of questions. One of the things I don't think I mentioned when I was talking about the pilot earlier is the key to the pilot was posting notice about that we had 2 weeks and things were about to change. Doing outreach, not just during banker hours, but during the evenings and the weekends. And then another issue is dealing with the storage. So I wanted to ask about the times. Can we get these teams to work in evenings and on weekends? Because that's oftentimes the best time to connect with someone, especially if someone's homeless, they have a job, or, you know, otherwise what ends up happening is a lot of times the police end up being that outreach team at those odd hours. And we all are saying that's not what we want. We want the outreach workers to. And related to that, I wanted to ask about the new teams. How are they different than the current teams that we have?
So in terms of your first question, we do have some weekend teams, and we do have after hours where that's needed. Where we hit road bumps in that is not because we don't want to have teams that are funded after hours, but it's about access to the resources. And so if folks are willing or ready to take a Project Home Key or Room Key or ABH bed, there's actually not the ability to do intakes. The rest of the network sort of shuts down. That said, we do have weekend teams, and as has happened many times, I know Councilman De Leon, we've worked with him quite a bit. There are after hours activities where if things go past that time, we're always off overtime to make sure folks have the opportunity to wrap up what's needed. The other thing I would note is LAHSA put together a proposal of what it could look like to have a response system. I know that this council in particular has been very interested in a non-PD response to non-violent PD calls. And so I think that there's an opportunity for us to plug in a different way with outreach, to create outreach workers and giving them the ability to respond to some of the calls that come in about encampments or panhandling, whatever that is, so we can better serve folks around the clock. And I'm happy to share that with you all as well, but I think there's an opportunity there given some of the shifts that have been made. And now that I've been talking, I completely forgot your other question.
How are these teams different? Right now, I had been very frustrated because there was no teams in my area, and I dedicated part of my office to have LAHSA a substation essentially. And now we have a team of folks who operate out of there, so they don't have to check in downtown and waste an hour driving of what would be critical outreach team. And that's been great to have them there. How are these new teams going to be different than the existing teams that are out there? It's just more of the same, or is it different?
It's different because they're assigned only to your council district. Right now, the teams are assigned either by SPA, so there's 8 SPAs within the county, and within those SPAs, there are hubs, so that each region is crossing CD lines, it's crossing different boundaries. These teams are explicitly for your council district to help you with your priority encampments and your roadmap resources, and that's how they're deployed. In addition to all of the teams that we have that are covering the geographic area. So it's really to work with you on your priority encampments, creating the interest list, all of those things that are needed to make sure that the resources coming online are filled quickly and are filled with folks from your district.
Will they have different abilities to get people into housing? One of the things I noticed with my pilot project with the underpasses is that even though we had the LAHSA teams going out for years, and I went out with them and meeting these folks and entering them into the system, ultimately, when we had the housing, it was the service provider that had to come in. LA Family Housing had to come in, and it's almost as if they started the process all over again. They came in with a clipboard, they asked them for the information, same information that we had been getting for years, but they needed to get it anew because now there was a housing option. Is that still the case, or can we, have?
Yeah, that could be accurate. Colleen, do you want to talk a little bit to the coordination that's going to happen?
Yeah, council member, that's a great question. So it starts with meeting with your office to, again, reprioritize which encampments you're using for the new roadmap interim housing resources. That team is basically, that's all they do. They work in that specific area to get people queued up for that interim housing resource, whether it's tiny homes, it's Project Home Key, whether it's another interim housing opportunity like Vignes. That is their number one day in, day out. And what we do then is we add on the other outreach teams that are already serving that area to reinforce that. But because they have other obligations throughout your district, that allows them to still be able to serve those areas that aren't on your list, but you have a devoted team. And so we've started this process. As we said, we're almost done hiring everybody, but having routine meetings with each one of your offices. And if we haven't come to you, we're coming to you very soon to reinforce who your point of contact is with your roadmap team, to talk through coordination and to give you updates on how interest lists are looking, and give you some updates after we open up on what happened in your priority zones.
So is that different? Because for the bridge housing, for the housing pilot for my bridge home, ultimately it wasn't the LAHSA folks who could get people in. LA Family Housing had to then send in somebody else to do the intake for the actual identified solution. So is there still going to be another layer there, or can LAHSA directly place people?
Yeah, everyone will be placing, all teams will have access to place people. I'm wondering if we're perhaps talking about the intake process once you get to the Abridge home, but all teams will be referring in a very seamless manner and bringing clients to the Abridge home to then go through intake, which is a different process. They're just things from HUD that we have to capture for their interim housing intake, but I'll monitor that closely and make sure there's no duplication.
Okay, and I know I'm conscious of the time. I did want to ask Pastor Don, I know is here. I wanted to give him an opportunity to speak because he did a tremendous job and has sort of a different perspective because he kind of came in having done this in Orange County and other places and worked with sort of as a volunteer, but he worked with LAHSA and he spent a tremendous number of hours and still does talking with the homeless. He's sort of a one-man operation in some respects and is able to work miracles working with LAHSA. So Pastor Don, if you're there, if you could tell us a little bit about your experience in terms of, what makes your outreach successful? How does that work in with when you're working with LAHSA and LA Family Housing and others? And how did the Choice State work as well during the pilot?
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Pastor Don, go ahead.
Okay. Unfortunately, my computer, the sound is off, so I have my phone on my ear, but yes, thank you, Councilman Bob Bloomfield, for inviting me to this council meeting. Yeah, and the success that we had. And the success that we had is to do a special outreach and engagement where we focus daily, 8 hours, sometimes 12 hours, to build, again, that relationship. To help them in the restoration and recovery daily. One of the problems I see is, unfortunately, the agencies that have to go to 3, 4, 5 cities, and so they have designated a few hours here, a few hours here, and so forth. It's very difficult to build that relationship and trust as you try to help them in the restoration and recovery. So therefore we spend, as we did in your district, in Woodland Hills, we did intensive 3-week outreach and engagement. That also with Judge Carter, there was an exit date or choice date. And that seems to help to motivate, to open up next steps for them on their restoration and recovery. And as we go out there and building the relationship and trust, I do have a, how can we help you? I don't know if you can see it, but it's how can we help you? And this will ask all the questions, do you need? And it really builds that trust from, do you need a phone or an ID or Social Security? And it hits all the entities, DV, do you have a drug or alcohol problem? Which then as we're building that relationship, we're able to help them. It is very important to have relationships with the detox treatment centers, Tarzana, and also with DMH, that you work very closely as you're building this trust and relationship to identify, discern the ones that need this, and we'll talk about this and help them with their next steps. So that is the key of having success, is staying in one area and working. Yes, you do have to work after hours per se, or you need to go where churches that feed. They might feed at 6 o'clock at night, and this is an area where they'll all come, and you're able to talk to them as they're eating and socialize and help them in next steps. So this is the main reason why I believe we have this success, is staying in a generalization area until we dissolve it. The other thing that you were all talking about that's dearly on my heart is the data input system. And that across the board in all the COCs, continuum of continuing care, needs to be improved. I'm working on a system right now that will drive the data and information from out in the streets. So on this form, how can we help you? It has that, do you need, they need Department of Mental Health Services or detox or an ID, social. One of the first phases that when you go into a shelter is called Document Ready. So you do the Department of DPSS, Department of Social Services, to get them their ID, to get them their Social Security, birth certificate. If they don't have a physical or mental disability, you help them build a resume and get like Chrysalis and some other job opportunities. And then as you're doing that, then you're working also parallel on housing, which is the rapid rehousing, transitional housing, shared housing, along with the permanent supportive housing, PSH. And the system that we're almost up and running will drive the data and information from out the streets going into the shelters and working with the caseworkers that also do the data entries and so forth. But it will take that information, and it's so important that we do gather that data and information out in the streets, if we can, as we're building that relationship. And we take that data and we take it in and then start on the next steps. So as the phase of first is getting them in to Document Ready with their personal credentials, and then working on employment, resume and employment, if they don't have a physical or mental disability, and then transition them if they have a mental or physical disability, normally then they'll go into permanent supportive housing. But this system will also complement the Clarity system, which is the CES Coordinated Entry System, the HMIS, the Homeless Management Inventory System, along with the VI-SPDAT. It will also protects the HIPAA, so there would be no problem there. And also it can do different levels of protection of information. So if you have somebody that's not approved to certified to do the VI-SPDAT, some of that information can be shared and others can't. So the system will help track, and it will show, it'll keep it, that the system will drive the data and information to have accountability with either success or not, but it will paper trail everything so we see where our weak links might be. Where do we need to improve? So I think that this is going to be a great tool as we move forward.
Pastor Don, I don't mean to interrupt you. I do have
that's
two other members on the queue that I need to get to.
It's just so important about the caseworkers. I heard that. And the caseworkers are so important because when we tell somebody out in the streets, why should you come into a working shelter program? Well, it's because we want to help you in the next steps to get your personal credentials, to get you document ready, and then transition you into housing, which is the rapid rehousing, transitional housing, which then you phase them into possibly shared housing where there's 2 in a bedroom, and then and finally back into society with their new apartments.
Thank you,
or to the new apartment.
Thank you, Pastor Don.
So saying that,
Pastor Don, can you hear me?
Opportunity, and I'll mute myself again.
All right, thank you, Pastor Don. I need to, we've got 2 other members on the queue. Mr. Buscaino?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Pastor Don. You're clearly doing God's work on the street there and working with Bob. Appreciate your testimony. So question, and thank you, Madam President, for allowing us to have this open and honest discussion on seeking the truth and facts of what's happening on our streets today. To Heidi, Colleen, or Department of Mental Health, oftentimes we hear a lot of the frustrations and concerns from residents and businesses who've said yes to solutions. When we enter an encampment through extensive outreach, we offer a bed and individuals tend to refuse. So can you share with the viewing audience the average length of time to house someone from the first point of contact? What is that average length of time? And this is why, I'm sorry, and this is why Mr. Koretz and I were moved on a motion to document and list and get some more information on those individuals who actually refuse to help. I'm not saying we're giving up on these souls, but we have to have that information. Just want to hear that the average length of time from the first point of contact.
My name is Anthony Ruffin. I work with the Department of Mental Health.
Thank you, Anthony.
Well, I think that all depends on the individual. Sometimes we have individuals that are from out of state and we have to get California ID. We have to get their birth certificate from out of state. It also depends on the substance abuse, the mental illness, getting that information. And most of these people that are out there that refuse the services have been traumatized by services in the past. So it takes a little while to build that relationship with these individuals. And some of these individuals on the Department of Mental Health side is that they've been out there so long unmedicated that they either are possibly gravely disabled or close to grave disability. And it takes a very long time to triage that in some ways. And sometimes people
I understand that. That's why we're using the term average, Anthony, Mr. Ruffin.
Average?
Yeah.
I would say from DMH's point of view, it could be anywhere from 90 days to 9 months.
And just to clarify, Councilman, are you referring, when you say housing, are we referring to shelter or permanent housing? Because I think
all levels of housing, all levels. Shelter for indoors, yes, indoors. Because the Gulch Avenue encampment that we've paid a lot of attention to recently, we had beds available in the Wilmington ABH, the San Pedro ABH, and they said, no, I'm not going in. And I think we need to have that open and honest discussion for those who do refuse help. And lastly, quick question on conservatorship. Anyone in the LA County Department of Conservatorship, can you share with us the number of those under conservatorship with LA County?
Well, I can speak for the Department of Mental Health. I think the Department of Mental Health Public Guardian has over 5,000 individuals that are currently conserved. I know the Department of Mental Health with their home teams have started a street conservatorship pilot program on the streets at each spa. And we're actively working with probably about 25, 30 individuals right now that are being conserved from the streets. In Los Angeles County, thank you, Dr. Sheriff, for that. We also have on our website for all the council members, on our DMH website, if you need a client that has persistent mental illness, they can go to our website and put in a referral to our outreach home teams. And those teams will respond to that referral within 48 hours. And they work with the outreach teams in each and every district to get these people that are hard to engage off the streets. So I know the Department of Mental Health has been working on this stuff for over the last 2.5 years, and we got it up and rolling. And we also have it on our site. If a client may need AOT services, or they may need another crisis intervention services, our home teams can come out and help facilitate that also.
I appreciate that response. It pays me to see in all corners of the city the individuals who are not in the right mind frame to help themselves and end up destroying themselves and dying in our streets. Love to look at ways to partner with you. And lastly, Outpatient Behavioral Health Center. I want to give a shout out to Providence. We have a pilot, not even a pilot, it's running in San Pedro members. I encourage you to come visit us. The Outpatient Behavioral Health Center. It's in collaboration with street teams, outreach centers, to come and get the help that they need, get the bed, the rest that they need in order to get back on to self-sufficiency. So thank you so much for the testimony.
Ms. Rahman?
Thank you so much. And thank you to Mr. Ruffin and everyone from LAHSA who's here. I just wanted to just maybe talk a little bit about what I feel like we've heard from different council members today, which is one is that I think there's a lot of excitement from everyone here and all the different institutions here to build an outreach system that is really functional and that's really effective. And I think what I'm hearing is that outreach system is one that's built on trust and consistency. And when you are able to go to an encampment over and over again, when individuals are able to make those connections over and over again, that is really the element that can be transformative for people when they're experiencing homelessness and when they're trying to get access to services. I think, doing Molly Lowry always used to say, whatever it takes for as long as it takes. And I think what we're all trying to do here is to try and enable that to happen in every neighborhood across the city that needs it, right? And I'm really excited to be working with you all on that. And it feels like how outreach needs to look is that it has to be really geographically focused, so that outreach teams are not working on huge geographies, but they're working on smaller geographies in one particular neighborhood, responsible for just a handful of encampments or a cluster of encampments, that there's housing outcomes attached when they're going out, that there's real non-congregate shelter, ideally, housing outcomes attached when you're going out and offering people a place, or that there are mental health beds or substance abuse beds available for people. So they're not going out there with nothing, that they're going out there with those services in hand, and that there's real coordination happening between all the entities, whether it be city, LAHSA, and the county agencies that are working in that place to facilitate that from happening. And I'm really excited to make sure that that is what we're going to be doing in every council district across this city. And that I think the individual teams that are coming to us through the roadmap are really going to help us do that. It's a step towards experimenting on that, or piloting that in every district across the city. And I think it's an incredible moment for us to learn and to be effective, and to then take those examples from individual locations and make that the system instead of the exceptions to the system. So I'm really excited to work with you all on that. I just did want to say that what I'm also hearing is that the system is not functioning in that way right now, that there's gaps between LAHSA and the Department of Mental Health, that there's gaps in communication between council offices and LAHSA and other service providers. We don't have that kind of coordination happening. We don't have the kind of consistency that we need happening yet. And in that context, I did just want to say that the idea of service resistance, or the fact that people are refusing services, which has been brought up a number of times in this conversation, is a little bit troubling for me. Like, I want to fix this system. Let's get this system working right. We're all here, I think, with a shared idea of what is going to work better for us. Let's get there, and then we can talk about the number of people who are refusing services, because right now we haven't offered those services in a way that I think is really effective, except in these incredible examples that Councilmember Blumenfield is talking about, that Councilmember Rodriguez is talking about. Those are exceptions, though, and those are not the rule. And I think if we can build out from those exceptions and make it into the rule, then I think we can start talking more extensively about that issue of service refusal. So thank you all, and I'm excited to continue this conversation with you.
Thank you, Ms. Rahman. And I'm going to jump into a couple of questions that I had. Just, Mr. Blumenfield, you asked a similar question that I also have, and I don't think you got an answer for this question, but how do you, this is a question for LAHSA, how do you respond to calls for service during off hours, which includes evening, nights, weekends, and holidays? And I think, Mr. Blumenfield, you were, if I understand correctly, you asked that question. I don't think I heard an answer, and I'd like to ask it again.
Thank you for the question. So currently, aside from our LA HOP portal, we really don't have a mechanism in place to have off-hours calls unless it's just individual contacts between myself or one of the council members. So that's part of the system that we would love to talk more about building out as a way for us to not only receive those requests, but have the capacity to respond after hours. Of course, on the weekends, we do have more of the ability as things are coming in, and if things are urgent, we offer overtime. But right now, that doesn't happen on an after-hours recurring basis. I think there's more opportunity to look at how we do that.
Yeah, I would love to revisit that, because I think it's more about deployment and shifting perhaps your work hours to be able to cater to the needs of the unhoused. So that's probably a longer conversation that I would love to have with you. The next question I have is, so what is the average time when someone submits a request for service through LAHOP? Do you have an average time?
Colleen, do you have that offhand?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Pre-COVID, we were usually, depending dependent on which service planning area. The Valley and Metro, of course, with the need, had the highest request time. But on average, we were getting out between 5 and 7 days to get out to the request. That includes taking the request, vetting it, assigning it, and getting out. Sometimes it takes a little longer because we have to go out twice. That is our standard, where if we can't find the person the first time. So in those cases where we have to go out twice, the timeline is a little different, but when we do find that. Now, post-COVID, because of the reduction in teams, also just with our partners of the multidisciplinary teams doing testing and now vaccination, their ability is reduced, but we are still trying to keep up to those numbers as much as possible. And again, we're seeing some differences across service planning areas.
So pre-COVID, your average time was anywhere between 5 and 7 days. And so what happens when you go back and the person's gone? You start all over again?
That's a great question. So where LA Hop is leveraged is that in many cases when we get this request, we actually find we're already working. Most of our system is based on that proactive outreach. And I'm not sure if we got to it in our slides, but teams are assigned a zone, and those teams are out there 5 days a week working with people in that zone. So when we get a request, we assign people to that zone. And like I said, probably 8-9 times out of 10, they're already on our radar. And if we have a name, we actually assign it to that team because we can look into our homeless management information system and assign cases where we don't. We assign the team, and if they already know the client, they'll continue that work. And it's helpful intel to see if somebody is decompensating or needs something else. So I hope that answers your question.
2 more questions. If someone does agree to services or a bed, do you offer transportation? If so, how quickly is that provided to someone who agrees to services or a bed? How soon can you get a mode of transportation to get them there?
I'd be happy. So most teams, regardless whether it's HET or other teams, do provide transportation. And so if the resource is available and there's not something more pressing, I know Anthony's teams do transport. I think where it's gotten a little bit tricky is, again, our COVID protocols and being able to physically distance, but that's where we leverage other rideshare opportunities. We've also partnered with LA DOT to provide bigger vehicles. We also enable with county vehicles, so we can do that physical distancing also. We still do it. It's just a little bit more complicated, but we're using creative resources to still make it happen.
So you can immediately provide transportation.
Yeah, and if there isn't the ability to do it with it, like right on the spot, it's within an hour, 2 hours that we can get some sort of transportation there to bring them.
Okay. And then my last question is, around the Bridge Home sites, how often do you do outreach to the folks there? What's the plan when beds are not filled? Is our priority to fill those beds with the people who are living in the surrounding Bridge Home jurisdiction, or what is the goal?
Arlene, do you want to talk about that process?
Sure. So with every Bridge Home, we create what's called an outreach catchment area, which is the priority area that the council offices would like people to move in. We have assigned teams that are working those areas. The vicinity around it is usually serviced through a LAHSA Care Plus team in partnership with the care team. So they're aware of everyone in there. We have a centralized referral resource where all teams in those areas can submit a referral to get matched and moved in. And why that's really important is because our matchers make sure that those people are from that catchment area and not from somewhere else. If they're from somewhere else, we'll refer them to another resource, but that vetting happens. And then as they get matched, they get moved in. So it's a way to be as quickly as possible, but also do those safety checks that are really important to our city partners.
If I can just add, as beds become available, to your point, let's say a bed becomes open and there's nobody within that catchment area because we've been able to shelter them, then we would expand the catchment to sort of the next rung in partnership with the council district and just continue expanding the catchment until we reach all the folks.
Well, thank you very much for being part of our meeting. I know that our meeting's running a little late, so I do appreciate your time and answering all the questions. As you know, I've said this before, we're going to continue to have these conversations as motions get introduced so that we can have a deep discussion. And of course, we also have the committee to be able to do that as well. So I appreciate you all being here. Thank you, members. Seeing no other members on the queue, I'd like to, Madam Clerk, note and file item number 33. Without objection, that will be the order. We can go ahead and move and vote on item 6 and 32. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Sorry, Blumenfield. Are we voting on these items separately?
No, we noted and filed item 33, and we're voting on items 6 and 32. Would you like to vote on them separately?
I would appreciate that.
Yes, let's go ahead. There's been a request by Ms. Rahman to go ahead and vote on both items separately. Let's take up item number 6 first. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye. Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee. Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price. Rahman.
This is 6, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes, aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
12 ayes. Item 6 is adopted.
Okay, let's move on to item 32. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
32 as amended, Madam President.
There is no amendment on item 32, sir.
As it came out of committee.
Believe the committee
Yes, we're
report.
adopting the committee. Excuse me.
All right.
Excuse
Thank
me.
you.
We're adopting the committee report. Okay.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Clerk, and call the roll on item 32.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, no.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. De Leon. De Leon. De Leon. Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price. Rahman.
No.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
And back to De Leon.
Aye.
11 ayes, 2 noes. The item is adopted.
Okay, let's move on to item number 20. This was called special by Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Koretz. Our offices have been talking, and I will be offering a friendly amendment, and this is in relation to an initiative proposed by Mr. Koretz, and making sure that the initiative achieves its ultimate goals, and that is gets more people or offers more affordable housing solutions for more people. What we have before us aims to do just that, led by Mr. Koretz. So I thank him for introducing this item, and I appreciate exploring the creative ways in producing more affordable housing in the city of LA. It's absolutely necessary to get very creative if we are ever going to produce enough affordable housing, covenanted affordable housing, to meet the needs that we have. I have some observations about this as proposed. It has been discussed in our offices. HCID LA, the income and rent schedule is not stated in this as of yet, but it is very important given the wide range of income differentials in the city from the west side to the east side, North Valley and South LA. Very specifically, moderate income restricted units in some parts of the city could be priced at or above what is the market rate for those communities. Wherever that is the case, the ordinance could become a case of unintended consequences, with low-income renters losing out while developers actually benefit. I'd like to explore the offering of more flexibility in the affordability mix of income-restricted units, and that's specific to the schedule. The proposal requires ground floor commercial uses also. Now, given the state of commercial space and the upheavals and the habits of retail shoppers, I would hope that we could be more nimble in the allowable uses to avoid increasing upon the vacant commercial space we already have in many of our commercial areas. So Mr. Koretz has indicated he'd be open to a friendly amendment to include, number one, an economic feasibility study / report back, and two, clarification on the schedule used, and three, the required ground floor uses as part of the report back on this proposed ordinance for transitioning industrial space into residential. Thank you, Mr. Koretz.
Mr. Koretz, do you accept the friendly amendment, sir?
Yes, and I also wanted to speak to the item.
Sure, go ahead.
This item attempts to change how we do adaptive reuse, because right now we have no incentive to create moderate and even lower than moderate housing. And the 2019 annual housing element progress report showed that even though we had a goal of over 13,000 moderate units, we produced around 500. So we clearly need to find some ways to produce more. And so with adaptive reuse, this would change the rules so that under certain circumstances, it would be by right. Lincoln Heights and Chinatown and Wilshire Center, Koreatown, through the CRA and the Hollywood CRA and downtown have had ministerial approaches to this for a lengthy period of time. This could also be done for those that set aside 40% for moderate income. And I appreciate the amendments from CD 13. The feasibility study from the CAO was originally part of the motion and appears to be inadvertently left out of the Plum report. So we would like to see that back in as well. There are multiple rent schedules relating to affordability, and we welcome a recommendation to make it work appropriately in each area of the city. And also the concept of keeping ground floor commercial is for the purpose of walkability. So we'd certainly welcome any concept that maintains a pedestrian-friendly environment and removes the commercial requirement. We'd be fine with that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Seeing no members on the queue, let's now take the vote.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez, absent. O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price. Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
12 ayes. This item is adopted as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, now, members, let's turn to item number 19 on the agenda. Mr. Bonin to speak on item 19.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this item is the result of two separate motions, one by our former colleague, Mr. Rue, who was concerned about some of the impacts what was then pending state legislation might have had on neighborhood character and doing affordable housing, and a motion I did seeing many of the benefits of SB 330 in ways that we could be promoting affordable housing and protecting renters. There are a number of concerns with how the city is implementing the bill, and Planning Committee took a very good and thorough look at this, and we have added some additional instructions today to look even deeper into this. I highlight this and added a couple of the amendments today because we are, at least in my neck of the woods, we are hemorrhaging affordable housing. And there are some very well-intentioned initiatives which actually contribute to that phenomenon. In my district, for example, the population of Venice 10 and 20 years ago was larger than it is today. The number of housing units in Venice 10 and 20 years ago was larger than it is today. And what we're seeing, as there are lots of debates about the future of single-family zoning in Los Angeles, we are seeing plots that are zoned for multifamily turning into single-family, turning into big mega mansions, replacing a fourplex. And we were trying through this motion to get SB 330, which required no net loss of affordable housing units, to apply more broadly than we had been traditionally. And planning does not believe that we have the ability to do so through state law. So this item today, through Mr. Harris-Dawson's instruction, gets planning to look at whether or not we can go beyond state law and apply the application of SB 330 to non-discretionary items so that we are not having this phenomenon of no net loss here in Los Angeles. The other issue in 330, which is very important, is it said that people who are going to do demolition are not allowed to evict tenants unless it is within 6 months of the construction or the demolition. And what we have found in my district on several occasions is that a property owner will buy a building, say they are going to do demolition, throw people out on the street, and then they can redevelop the property without having or they can resell the property at a higher value because there's no tenants, or they can redevelop it a lot easier without having to go through the tenant stuff or preserve the units. I'm disappointed that planning has not, and building and safety and HSID has not come up with an enforcement mechanism for this. We do not have in what's before us today teeth to make sure that this kind of phenomenon cannot happen. So one of our additional instructions here today is asking the various departments, HSID and DBS, to come up with a strategy to enforce this with some teeth and some penalties. This may not be a universal phenomenon, but it is having a significant impact on affordable and rent control and RSO units in my district. And I want to be a district where we're growing the number of units of affordable housing and not shrinking them. And this is just part of a multiple prong strategy to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bonin. With that, let's now move to approve item number 19 as amended. Roll call, please.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. De Leon.
Aye.
Harris-Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez. O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price. Rahman.
Aye.
Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
12 ayes. This item is adopted as amended.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. With that, now let's take item 28 for comments. Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. Colleagues, last year, with the support of many community advocates who've expressed concern about climate change, I introduced a measure to have the city create an index of insurers that we do business with to identify which of them are currently underwriting and investing in risky fossil fuel projects. As a city, we should do business with insurance companies that have that have a vested interest in caring about our planet, not companies just trying to make a quick buck at the expense of the future generations' well-being. As our sea levels rise, natural extreme weather events continue to become regular, we need to take action. So to combat climate change, we need to do a lot more. We need to not only conserve water and buy electric cars, we need to call out the financial institutions that at a large scale are enabling coal mining, tar sand drilling, and other projects. We made this concerted effort by directing city departments to create an investment plan for our Lacers pension funds. And I believe now it's the time to put a spotlight on the insurance institutions. I want to really thank all of the community advocates who helped get this measure in front of neighborhood councils over the past year. Through their efforts, we received 11 community impact statements and countless written comments in support of this effort. We heard a number of public comment folks this morning as well. I want to give a special thanks to Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance, San Fernando Valley Climate Reality, SoCal 350 Climate Action, and the Sunrise Project's Ensure Our Future campaign, all of whom are 100% behind this. I ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. With that, let's take the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson. Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez. O'Farrell. Price. Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
11 ayes. This item is adopted.
Thank you so much. With that, members, let's take item 31 as amended. Let's take the roll on item 30. Unless Mr. O'Farrell, you have comments on 31, you're good to go with it.
Good to go.
Fantastic. Roll call, please, on item 31 as amended.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez. O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price. Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
12 ayes. This item is adopted as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, item 36, Mr. Ridley Thomas held on the desk for comments. Mr. Ridley Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Over the past few months, we've had a series of conversations in committee to better understand our response system to address homelessness and what the gaps are. Today was a significant reinforcement of that same work. And I think it's clear that we know that thanks to resources already allocated by both the city and the county, that we literally removed some 207 individuals from homelessness every day, and yet we find ourselves in a situation where 227 fall into homelessness. So we're taking on water, as it were. So we know our current framework is essentially insufficient to meet the scale of the crisis, as we have been discussing today, by the range of questions that have been posed. And I feel very strongly if we don't do something differently, the crisis will continue to not only outstrip us, but overwhelm us. And I can tell you that over the arc of my career in public service, I don't know much that happens without a push toward compliance, a push toward that which is required. In other words, to translate it in different language, a municipal obligation. And so this motion intends to initiate the development of a legislative, budgetary, and policy framework for what that might look like vis-a-vis homelessness. We characterize it as a right to housing. That is to create a robust housing safety net that obligates government to act to address and prevent homelessness. It means a responsive spectrum of prevention, intervention, and permanent housing resources that the city is obliged to provide. And colleagues, just like our rights to clean air, our rights to vote, our right to education, the right to housing in a democratic society ought to be fundamental, not optional, and if nothing else makes that abundantly clear, it seems to me, the homeless crisis that has enveloped the city, the county, the state, and the nation is Exhibit A. And I think we can be successful. We ought to be successful in this regard. If we want to have federal, state, and local collaboration, we have to have that which is compelling. We have a president now who has signaled that he would like to make Section 8 rental assistance a guarantee. That's a subset of a larger conversation on the right housing at the state level. This body has already said AB 71 is essential because we have to have resources, as much as $2.4 billion annually to address the housing crisis in our city and beyond. In other words, colleagues, leadership matters. And in addition to government and advocates, we need to have collective action from the private sector, from the faith community, from the academy, as well as from philanthropy to do this. And this is why I introduced an amendment to the motion earlier to essentially broaden the stakeholders, making it more fully robust in terms of those who will engage. And yesterday, this council voted to reimagine how funds should be reinvested to provide services and housing resources to our unhoused residents. And so I think this builds on it. It gives it definition. And I think we should be as upfront and as candid as we can be about this. We're in a moment in time where reference has been regularly made to the Alliance lawsuit. Much of this conversation about a right to housing predates that, but certainly the lawsuit reinforces it. And so from my perspective, we have basically three options in front of us. The first of which is to behave proactively ourselves, and figure out what we can do to advance the work around arresting the homeless crisis in the city of Los Angeles. We can do that. We can step up and define the terms of our engagement that is called self-determination, self-governance. The second option is that which would happen pursuant to a consent decree, where the table is set and is pretty well defined for us to engage in a settlement. It's legal in nature, and we would, in fact, have to comply. Otherwise, it moves to yet another level, namely that of a more compulsory action by way of a court order, which could translate itself into receivership and a range of other options. I see three options on the table. I opt for a proactive posture on the part of this body with respect to a right to housing. And the motion essentially suggests to us that we convene the working group It constitutes the range of individuals who have subject matter expertise from the CAO to the CLA to the city attorney to LASA and a whole range of other entities, HSID obviously involved, because it requires that. Nothing happens obviously before it returns to the body for review and adoption. That is what's before us. And so I think we can take this opportunity to send a message that we can make good on our collective pledge to help all who call Los Angeles home, persons of dignity, persons of opportunity, persons of worth that we are prepared to affirm in our policy-making work. I sincerely urge and I vote of item number 36, a right to housing.
Thank you, Mr. Ridley Thomas. With that, we have item 36 as amended before us. Roll call, please.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez. O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price. Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
12 ayes. This item is adopted as amended.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Ridley Thomas. With that, we've held item 41 on the desk. Mr. Blumenfield, would you like to vote on that? Do you have comments still?
I'll be real brief on the comments.
Floor is yours, Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. This is calling on the state legislature to help out local government at this point with our loss of revenue. You know, while we here in LA and across this state have been suffering and our services are being hollowed out, and we are asking employees not to, to defer raises and to work fewer hours and all of these terrible things that we know are happening, the state is in surplus, in a major surplus, $36 billion, because they're dependent on income tax, whereas we're dependent on TOT and sales tax. Our revenues have dropped, theirs have expanded. And while they're doing great things with that money, and the rental relief, and there's a lot of really good things that they are doing, it's also important that they know that they help us at this point. And by us, I don't mean us as a council, I mean us as a city, and make sure that we as a city don't have our services hollowed out. They can do that. We share the same constituency. And this letter, it's not a letter, but this resolution is calling upon them to share some of that surplus with us to prevent the damage that's happening to us and to cities across the state. I ask for your aye vote for this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. With that, let's take a roll call.
Blumenfield. Thank you. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
This is good though.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez. O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price. Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
12 ayes. This item is adopted.
Fantastic. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's now go to 42 held on the desk for Mr. Koretz. You'd like to speak on that item? Can we vote, Mr. Koretz? I know we got committee backed up here.
I will make it very brief.
Floor is yours.
President. President Biden's rescue plan is now in the U.S. Senate for consideration, and the $350 billion it earmarks for state and local governments specifies more than $1.2 billion for the city of LA. And given that infusion of cash should clean up a considerable amount of the fiscal pickle we've been in for the last year, it seems that the city should be throwing all of its weight behind the rescue plan when we have the chance. The Senate and the House are looking to have a final bill approved by the 14th. So for us to be heard, today's the day that we should act. And so I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Seeing no members on the queue, let's now vote on item 42 before us. Roll call, please.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez. O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price. Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas. Ridley Thomas. Rodriguez. Rodriguez.
Aye.
11 ayes, this item is adopted.
Fantastic. Moving right along, we now have Special 1. Special 1 is now before us, members. Unless you have any questions, we can take item Special 1 and vote on item Special 1. Seeing no members on the queue, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez. O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price. Rahman.
Aye.
Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
12 ayes, Special 1 is adopted.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam Clerk. What's now before us, ma'am?
Council has motions for posting and referral. The motions will be posted on the city clerk's website shortly after the meeting for the public's viewing. To subscribe to receive copies of today's council motions to your email, please visit clerk.lacity.org.
Okay, items posted and referred. Any announcements, members? Okay, Mr. Koretz for announcements.
Yes, I'd just like to announce that the PA committee meeting that was scheduled for earlier is delayed till 2:45.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Any others, members? Seeing none, any adjourning motions, please raise your virtual hand. Mr. Blumenfield for adjourning motion.
Thank you. Colleagues, I ask that we adjourn in the memory of Gabriel Andrew Arellano. He was born on July 30th, 1996. Gabriel was a member of the Streets LA family. He was a very positive urban forestry division tree surgeon who loved providing excellent service and always stepped in when needed without being asked. He was a loving father, son, husband, brother, grandson, uncle, nephew, cousin, friend, the list goes on. Those who knew him will remember him for his beautiful smile, genuine laughter, sharp sense of humor, and above all, his enormous heart. Sadly, on January 30th, he lost his life at the young age of 23 in a motorcycle accident. He is survived by his father, David Arellano, his partner, Gabriela Rocio Higareda, and their two young daughters, Alina and Elaya. The family has set up a GoFundMe page titled Support for Gabriel's Daughters After Their Loss. I ask that we adjourn in his memory. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. May his memory be your blessing. How tragic. Our love and prayers to the Arellano family. Okay, seeing no other adjourning motions, members, we're now adjourned. Thank you so much.